If everybody do this, it'd be nice if they put that. Yes.
Hey, at least we have them underneath. Could be worse. We'd
That's
have
true.
to like plug it into the wall behind you and then you're rolling over it like a chair, somebody's tripping over it.
That's true too.
Uses, are they the ones that keep them out?
I feel like Seth has wood flake. Right? Isn't that what you said?
Yeah, they had, yeah, but so does Wim, and, yeah, I gotta look at that. Yeah, I know they had.
I'm not gonna
You
put
got this all figured out too.
anymore.
You what?
I'm not gonna put copies in here anymore, I'll just bring it here.
Mr. Cal, you can push me these out even though there's no public comment. Just so I don't know where everyone sits.
Brian sits there and then John is got that blue bag over there.
Appreciate it.
And then where is he at?
I hope they do that. If not.
Hey, jacket.
Good morning.
Morning.
How are you?
Oh, just grabbing those easy.
Yeah, there you go. Oh, got it. Sir,
Yeah.
how are you today? Sir?
If I'm eating, you said by me. You said by me. Just wanna say that you chose to sit by me and not judge me.
Oh. Before or after?
Whatever. I'm so happy to see you, Penny. No, I really am, cause I was like, she might not come, cause it is like mostly budget. But no. I appreciate it.
I sent out a big email today, the training.
Oh, you're sending out one out?
It's on SharePoint though, that's where I put it,
Oh,
because it's set up on SharePoint.
those are all the clerks.
Yes.
Hey, John, Brian's gonna probably be a little bit late, half hour or something, so.
In the email, I linked it to him. Yeah, the link.
But we don't, use that. We go on.
Get on there all the time. But it's absentee, right? No,
Yeah, no,
It's just a link, you can get right in there. It's a link.
yeah.
I won't steer you wrong.
We
Really big mug.
You do this from your hand?
I get a lot of coffee.
Parents. My mom's been doing a lot of sewing this week, she's making these for WCA.
Oh.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
like sent out to everybody, see? All you have to do is
Finance.
just get on here, hit this link. It's right to it.
Discussion possible possible motion review of the 2025 budget, not necessarily in order.
Do you mind if we talk about the other one first, with the transfer from thin client? Okay, so at last month's meeting, we had talked about there was several other projects that were over budget. And so you guys had forwarded that to the department head and property. And so what property came back with was recommending that we transfer the remaining fund balance from the thin client money that's in the capital projects fund into the IT budget to cover that deficit. And then that thin client money will be gone, and hopefully this won't be an issue again.
What was in that budget?
It was about 36,000. Let me just get a hold of here. Sorry, I have to.
What was it originally designed for, you know?
So that was originally designed, that fund balance was for purchase of new computers. And this was prior to COVID. We were going to get thin client computers and, to replace all the desktops in the building. So there was some money that had been set aside for that. But then when COVID hit, everybody needed laptops, and we used the CARES funding to purchase laptops. So there was still this fund balance out in the capital projects, so it's always just been known as the thin client money. But some of that has been allocated throughout the years to use for various other projects. Like if a specific department needed a new computer, they could get approval to use thin client funds for that. There was some other IT equipment that came out of there, like a degasser, sanitizer, stuff like that. So Jim had said that all of the projects that had money earmarked for them within that budget are complete, so assuming that that is true, then there's like $36,000 remaining that can be transferred.
So this is an afterthought.
Okay.
Why couldn't we have been like enlightened on that money that was sitting there to begin with? And we have such an issue with the sound system and everything in here. Why couldn't that money have not went to update this system and or get this system to work better?
That could have been something that IT could have brought forward on that, yeah.
So I mean, yesterday after everything went through like it did, it's just like, well, that was really stupid. Because every time we brought it up, it's where we're gonna get the money, where we're gonna get the money. And now we all of a sudden got $36,000 sitting there that could have went towards this to fix the system.
And some of that had been earmarked for other projects, and I wasn't aware until Tuesday or Wednesday that that money can be de-obligated, so, you know.
I guess I just feel foolish now because based on the motion that was made yesterday where it's going to bail him out on his over expenditures, which is kind of foolish on money being spent on his part. So I wish we could redo it, but I don't know. I don't like it.
I mean, I understand where you're coming from, but those expenditures are over. I mean, that money is spent, so that deficit has to come from somewhere. And I don't, having all these different pots of money has not been doing that department any favors, because it's.
So you said there were some other projects earmarked yet for that money? Are those projects all completed?
That's what I was told on Wednesday, but I was also told that the ARPA projects were complete and there was money to de-obligate, and no, there wasn't.
So when did you guys come to the conclusion of the issue with the budget? I thought you were gonna address that in property.
On IT,
Yeah, being he was way over on all of his projects.
well, that's where that 36,000 came in.
But it really wasn't addressed, it was just a Band-Aid put on it with ointment.
Well, I don't know how what did you want us to do necessarily? I mean, we've been addressing him for several months. So.
No, I'm just saying,
Where should we go with it?
sounds to me like we have a management problem, but that's I mean, definitely sounds like a managing problem. but-
Well, I don't disagree, I'm just saying, we already had the problem, but I don't know how to fix the problem when the problem just keeps reoccurring. Is that right or wrong?
But, yeah, somehow that's,
There is ways to fix that problem.
what's that?
Well, yes, there is, but
But I don't think that's within the jurisdiction of this committee either.
No, well, I think that was part of our intent when we referred to property, was they hopefully,
we didn't get a real
Come to
good
a-
breakdown, and Charmaine did make it very well known that, you know, you can't be doing this, obviously, and it's not allowable, and it needs to stop. But that's about as far as the authority goes.
The fire part, we don't like it, but we gotta do it, right? Cause we gotta pay for it, or it's already paid for, so we gotta figure out which budget it came out of.
So right now, you know, I said those expenses cannot stay in the ARPA budget. So I asked Charmaine to work on a journal entry to move those expenses into the IT budget, cause that's where they should be, but then what I'm looking for from you guys is approval to do a transfer of the remaining, or what, if you don't wanna do all of it, that's fine,
The only,
but then if you leave a small balance out there, what's that gonna be used for?
the only concern though is, you said that they seem somewhat confused about it. We wanna, that, money had been deobligated.
So, okay, that's a,
I mean, we wanna make sure before we go.
the ARPA money is still fine.
Okay.
So, cause there was one project that I did deobligate, and that was like $507, it's the other projects that were over. And so what his initial proposal was to move a bunch of money from the ARPA budget into his budget, but then still deobligate some of those ARPA funds, even though they were overspent on those projects anyway. So I said, no, let's just move whatever is over, you know, even if it's a partial invoice, we can do a partial invoice, so that we don't, if this doesn't affect the ARPA.
And the thin client money, it's got nothing.
Like no, yeah, you mean like no strings, there's no strings tied to it, no.
Just a levy, something that got thrown in a continuing appropriation type fund.
So, you know, if we have a dollar amount that we knew it would cost to fix this system, I would say, we could leave it in there, but if we just transfer this to the IT budget and then we end up doing upgrades, we just charge that expense to the IT budget.
If we're gonna do anything with it, I say we transfer it to maintenance budget.
But
If
those
we're gonna do
expenses,
something for that,
oh,
yeah,
oh,
take it out of
well,
maintenance.
yeah, but I'm just, then do we wanna send some of that thin client money, reserve some of that thin client money for that? Because, so, the way, my quick numbers on Wednesday was that, of his expenses left in the IT budget for the rest of this year, and this was based on what was posted as of Monday or Tuesday. I think Tuesday, cause I ran it updated on Tuesday. He has about $12,000 left to spend in his budget without moving any of this for the rest of the year for expenses aside from wages and aside from that $50,000 that we had put into that capital account that would carry forward for future server upgrades and that kind of thing. So I'm like, so if you move all these expenses in, you're gonna be over budget and you still have 4 months left of the year for expenses to get posted for. So how are you gonna stay within your budget for the rest of the year? He basically just said he could not spend any money.
Right?
But
So
I don't know what that means, if that just means don't pay bills for months.
I wrote down, you said there was 11,946.41.
Okay.
So, yeah, that's what he's got left in there.
Yes, without moving, but then there's about 30,000, just over 30,000 that needs to be moved out of the ARPA budget and into the IT budget.
So then you're saying he'd have about 42,000 left for the end of the year?
No, no, I'm saying that if we move that 30,000, then he'd have a deficit of 18,000 already without buying anything for the rest of the year.
Right, but if we leave it in there, and you're saying reallocate it, right?
This 36,000,
Yeah,
so we wouldn't necessarily have to transfer the full 36,000 to cover the deficit. We could transfer 18,000, but then that means they cannot spend any more money in that budget for the rest of the year, which could have other effects, you know, whether that means, what if we don't get Microsoft licenses for next year because, or, you know,
the credit card got shut down for a month, and I think it was $27,000 in the world was coming to an end. If I remember correct. I think we're gonna have a problem here no matter what.
So, I mean, we can just leave it and then deal with it with budget transfers when we close out the 2024 budget. But, you know, it's kinda nice to have a plan in place because we are already looking at being well over budget for 2024 as a whole because of unbudgeted expenses, out of levy. I mean, we're gonna be spending at least $1 million more of fund balance than we had budgeted for in 2024. We had already budgeted for using fund balance.
I just have a hard time taking money, saving it for that, when we could have used it here. And all this time, everybody said we didn't have no money, and it was just sitting there.
I don't know what the complaint was that there was no money. I think that it was that we
Well, it
didn't
was,
know
where's it
what
gonna
would
come
fix it.
from? That's what it was too, was where's that money gonna come from? Well, again, there was a pot of 36,000 sitting there where this could have been taken care of. Do we have any other pots of money sitting around like this?
There's, I mean, when it's in a capital project, some of that can only be used for,
Capital.
right.
Well, the big problem here though is the fact that numerous projects went over budget. And now we're just like, okay, don't worry about it. Doesn't pay to get a quote, doesn't pay to give us a quote. If you're over, we'll just find it somewhere and cover your rear. It wasn't just one or two, I remember it was like 4 to 6.
That's just my train of thoughts, that's just me, you know, yeah. Well, others are,
Well, if we keep that money back, again, we're gonna be forced to pull it out of what, contingent, and well, where's it gonna come from the end of the year?
Either, well, it would have to either come out of contingency or fund balance. Or we do this capital, you know, we do the thin client transfer at that point too, that would be an option.
I say we should split it.
What's that do?
I say we should split it.
Split it.
Keep 18, we need the 18 sitting in there.
But transfer 18,000 out of thin client money into that.
And the rest of it towards the system.
We don't even know, what do we want done with this system and what will, we don't even know.
The problem is nobody can hear, for one.
There's an echo again this morning.
I can hear myself
Right,
acting back and forth now, but it just, the general public in general, when they do get online, so we'll say for the county boards meetings, our sound system is not coming through.
Weren't the quotes 50 to 75 to fix this?
I don't.
It depends if that was a whole different deal. That was to have somebody record it, so they would come in and yeah, so, we're supposed to get a hold of, her name is Jill from Command Central that has this whole setup with our county board stuff. She was a clerk in a county and she said those pads could open up, you know, when you're allowed to speak. but for county board, but I don't know what we would do otherwise up into the system.
Also, the microphone off the pad would supposedly work. I don't know if I trust that.
Well, and I think that's, well, according to IT, a big part of the reason why we end up with feedback on here is because there's microphones on other devices that are causing interference.
We don't have that problem though during county board, do we?
If we have somebody on video, like, trying to, yeah, we end up with that tingy.
Well, that's the trouble we had that other day. We had a meeting in here, we had a similar issue. We had somebody.
Yeah, and, you know, and it's very frustrating for the person on the other end because it's very distracting, so it's taking away from whatever they're trying to present. So it's not fair to them and it's not fair to them.
Even during COVID, if I tried to, a couple times I tried to do meetings without coming here, forget it. There was so much lag in the feedback, you were out of the conversation by the time you were trying to get on and make a comment, and it was ridiculous.
Oh, the internet connection in here is kind of spotty.
Almost wonder if that ain't more the problem than the equipment.
Yeah, I mean,
Well, them are just my thoughts, maybe I'm beating a dead horse, but
Or should we just let it sit there for now, not do anything with it?
I think we should be proactive. So we get it now.
You think half?
Yeah.
Your motion?
so it's,
We gotta go somewhere here. You said 8:30.
we gotta make our motions pretty clear.
Okay.
I'll make the motion to take half out of the thin client.
Half of the money comes
Half
from,
the money,
From the
the
thin-
amount of money we need from thin client to cover it. And then leave the rest in there.
well, I think we should just put a dollar amount on it, whether it be $18,000 or $19,000. So then we have a clear, because that money needed is a moving target, because I don't know what invoices are hanging out there for services.
The other problem I got is they know the other 18's there. And if we do half it, I just would move the other 18 somewhere else. But we're not property, so we can't designate it for a certain project.
So what if we wait until November meeting? Property can have somebody look into sound system, see what it's gonna take.
He is apparently after the last meeting.
Okay. And we could maybe make a motion to vote for once. Depending on what the cost comes in and where else we can find the rest of the money, cause the other half's probably not gonna cover everything here.
No. I don't think we're gonna find, I mean, we're trying to cut budget, I don't know where we're gonna find the money to fix the sound system in here.
There is some more capital project money. I'd have to
That's
do
where it
more
has to come
research on
from.
where this funding originally came from to see if we could use it for that purpose. But I might be able to find money in the capital projects for that.
So if we give them the full 36, is that actually gonna cure the problem?
No.
That's the whole thing.
Well, again, we could be sitting here looking at the same thing over and over, so, and I think we all agree there's a problem. But,
That's out of.
I mean, ARPA funds aside, is $12,000 enough for,
I said this kind of out of our scope here, though, that's more of a property issue.
right.
That needs to be looked into.
Well, you told us he was over about 30, right? On the
Yeah.
projects,
on those 4 ARPA projects, yes.
so if we give him 36, he's got an extra 6, you're saying he's still not gonna make it through the year.
No, even
You're guesstimating.
ARPA
okay.
funds aside, he's got $12,000 left to spend for the rest of the year, and there's usually.
So if he's got 12,000, he's got 12,000 left, I wanna get this right. Even if we take care of this over here, the overages and everything, that's it.
And I don't know what else, you know, cause some of their expenses are rather large, you know, when you have to pay for this software, these licenses or whatever. So I don't know what, you know, he said the other day that he could just not spend any money the rest of the year, but I don't know what the ramifications of that are, if that makes sense. Like, that means we just lose access to something, or something's not backed up, I don't know.
Should we get over here to talk about it maybe?
We tried that last time. I wasn't here.
I'll text him just to see if he's here.
It's here.
Watch through the door. I don't know if that's gonna be the answer, I don't know if we're gonna get the right answer on it, because we got side shuffled yesterday, and Charmaine was the only one stepping up, trying to explain everything out. We never did get as to really truly why. He was the one about this, wasn't he?
No, he said that some of the project costs are allocated across, cause there was a lot of projects, and, you know, Heartland Business Systems was doing all of it. And so there's some like engineering design costs that are allocated across all of these projects. But if that was truly the case, then one project should be under, another one, you know, it should flush out. but
Everyone
it
can't
didn't.
come in over,
Right.
to your point. And it seems like every project they do, almost, that has any bite to it, comes in over.
And this is just me, but I think that part of the problem is, remember last year in August, I got a phone call from Heartland Business Systems because they had like $300,000 of outstanding invoices.
Yeah,
There's like 20 some of them that hadn't been paid. So Ashley and I dropped everything we were doing to figure out, you know, send us these invoices, we're gonna code it, we're gonna pay it today, da. Well, I think that same issue happened again in August of this year, and we just weren't in the middle of it this time. Because when I had initially emailed out, like in July, when I was working on budgets and trying to get the ARPA funds allocated out, all of the projects were under budget at that time, and I sent him, you know, this project is there, they spent this much is left remaining, what's the status of this project, are you going to spend it out, can I deobligate these funds, da. Didn't hear responses for several months, and so that's when I had to bring it to you guys in property, and I finally got a response and said, oh, yep, these projects are all done, you can deobligate these funds. But then, after that is when all of these invoices came in and were paid in like August, but they were related to like April. And so, I think those just weren't accounted for. But you know, so that it's a recurring
what is the
issue.
total IT budget? That'd be on somewhere.
$336?
We have to, okay.
Is
so
that
there's
all of
different
it?
pieces of it. So, the total, like, for 2024 is 374,858, but of that 242,558 is wages and benefits, so you can't count that, and this 50,000 needs to be excluded as well, because that's the amount for, you know, that carries forward for like servers, so that we can upgrade those every 5 years or so. So,
There's 50 in that so
82,300.
far?
That what?
There's 50 in that so far? 50,000 for the
Yes.
servers,
Yes,
and we were gonna add another 25?
yes.
Maybe just keep the thin client for in here and take the overages out of the 50. We don't have servers, we don't have servers.
We can't operate without servers. Jim is here.
We got new ones. We got new ones now. We'll worry about them later like we always do.
That was the idea, though, was to plan for the future.
I know.
There are those furlough things there.
And that's kind of where our issue's coming in, right, is we're trying to budget.
Try to be proactive instead of reactive again.
Yeah, and then we come up with a plan on how much we're gonna spend, and then it's over here and over here and over there. And we're trying to figure out how to fix that. Cause we can take money from here and put it over there.
thought we did in property, that was taken care of.
The suggestion to move from the thin client money.
Yeah, and some of it was too is, we've got HBS helping us with several projects. And so some of them that they do, they just put them all on one invoice and whatnot. So, and I had talked to, Chair Caleb about this. I was gonna do a breakdown, but decided against that for right now. But to show exactly how much went to which project, went to this, went to that. You know, so some of them that were coded wrong, you know, we check out that way.
So those projects should be under, and we should be able to move the funds from the other projects then.
Yes, every one of the ARPA projects is under budget.
So we can move from the other ARPA projects into that one. So then we won't need to use the thin client money. If the other ARPA projects are under budget,
No.
That's not.
The thing, the charges are still there. Whether they're miscoded or not, there's still expenses that were incurred. You know, we still spent the money. So that's where the thin client comes in. Is that money that's been there, use that to offset the difference, the 35,000. I don't remember exactly, it was like 35,200 something.
So are you saying that those invoices that were over on those ARPA projects that got coded to the ARPA projects aren't even related to those projects?
No, they are, but when they put certain things on there, like if they did, let's say 15 minutes helping Department of Transportation, you know, DOT or something like that for the Sheriff's Department, it would be on that one, but they don't break it down and say, okay, this is here. It's, you know, so we don't know, was it on this one, was it this one, this one? They didn't break them down enough, where we should have asked them for, you know, exact, you know, how much exactly was done on the server project versus, okay, you guys worked on the firewall project at the same time, you know, so they would do multiple projects at the same time. Because we actually had two separate, I guess newer people, that Pierce was training in. So he'd have them do, you know, whether it be cabling or something else, while he's working on another project too. But then for their projects, they would just show up there as just who they were and how many hours they were working. So what we should have had done, I should have had done, is a breakdown, more descriptive, more precise for us then. You know, so we can go and say, okay, this goes to that one, that goes to that one, this one goes over here, you know, to which project they went, instead of more lump sum ones.
is there a way to get that after the fact?
I can find out.
That'd be worth a lot.
So we don't know where we're at on the ARPA projects?
Well, so,
Yeah.
cause now you're saying that there's extra, that you're under budget on those, but you're also saying that all the invoices that are coded to those accounts are related to those projects, so I'm not understanding.
In property, we went through and we took some of the invoices away from the ARPA projects, I'm sorry. And so the ones that we took away from that were multiple projects, they weren't just for that ARPA one. So that's what we cleaned up there. And so with us doing that put us under budget on every one of the projects. Some of them were tight, and I know you had talked to Charmaine about seeing how far you can get that, you know, use up all those
Cause I would
dollars.
like to use up all those ARPA funds if
Yeah.
those expenses are actually related to that ARPA project that was approved.
Yep, in looking at some of the things that we removed from there, can we shift some of it back? Yeah, but that's where it would be more of a breakdown I'd have to get from those guys.
Okay.
And that's, I can work with Chris.
Because we've already approved an ARPA resolution to deobligate the projects that were under budget, and so those ones were not included because they were over. So, you know, as far as the resolution, I mean, it's going to county board yet this month, but finance approved it last month. So it doesn't make, as long as those expenses are actually related to those ARPA projects or eligible, it doesn't make sense to remove them from that and deobligate those funds, because it's not like those expenses were budgeted anywhere else. Like, I understand where you're coming from, where, like, it's hard to allocate stuff out, but then we're still over budget in total, so that's the part that we're trying to figure out, is like, if all of these projects that got allocated are coming in over budget, there should be something that's way under budget. Where is that?
As far as what's way under budget,
Yeah,
Okay, so every one of the ARPA projects is under budget. The point where we're going over is when they're working on different projects. So even though we've got them assisting, if they're, let's say, helping Department of Justice, they're helping Department of Transportation, they're helping whoever, that's where that overage is. You know, so if we're having an issue or one of the outbuildings is having an issue or something, those problems still need taken care of. And that's what a lot of those invoices were. So you see HBS on it and they automatically got put to an ARPA project when they don't belong there, and that's what we took away.
okay, so then where were those expenses budgeted?
Depends on which ones they were. Again, once we get a breakdown, we'll know specifically who was for what. Anything for Department of Justice, Transportation, Badger Net, Sheriff's Department, none of that's budgeted, it's just, they tell us what they need done and we do it. Same thing when they do state mandates. They tell you, hey, here's your mandate, but they don't ever give you money for it.
But those expenses do need to be budgeted for, you know, we need to budget for. We can't just keep pulling money out of thin air.
No, that's quite
I mean, we're
obvious.
working on the carbon
Sounds
credits,
like,
but.
sounds like each of us sends us the bill and we just pay it. Sounds like it's not being gone through. If we don't know where it went and what it was for until after the fact and after the check is cut, we got a problem.
Well, I would say just take a look at the receipts, you'll see what project, you know, they are assigned to, you know, but when he's got those two interns, that's where it was a little more messy. Cause we didn't see too much of what the interns did, they're real basic.
So we get audited on this ARPA stuff, correct?
Mhm.
So we got a huge problem here. It's a huge problem. So you're saying right now, we were just told last meeting that you were over on all these ARPA. Now you're telling us, and that's where we thought we had to come up with the 30,000 to cover your budget. Now we're finding out that you're under on all of them. We already reallocated ARPA funds, so now we gotta fix this, and it needs to be fixed soon.
Okay.
I mean, that's what I'm gathering from all the conversations we've had about this.
Yeah, I mean, and I feel like, I don't know, I don't understand what's actually happening here, like.
Okay, so you'd rather I be over than under in ARPA projects?
What you're saying
No,
and what's
that's what we were
documented are
told.
two different things.
No, that's not what we're saying.
I think it would help if we had to do a breakdown on the bills,
Okay.
to see where it actually came from. That would probably make it a little more clarifying.
Well, my understanding is the ARPA projects have to be exact. Because if they come through and decide to go through them 4 years from now with a fine tooth comb, we're gonna be in trouble. And we're dealing with that with another issue where they come in and audit late on another department. So we don't know when they might show up to do this. Could be January 1st or January 2025, but they might decide to do a spot check, but I think, but we gotta get it right. So now we're 32,000 over, if I'm understanding the math here correctly, but yet we're under on other projects, supposedly on the ARPA projects, but yet we're still 32,000 total over on your budget. Is that what you're saying, Jim?
Yes.
For some reason, property missed that part. That's why we sent it back to property last meeting.
It wasn't, it was not explained like the estimate.
It's not always the question you ask, it's how you ask it.
Apparently.
I mean, this is turning into one of those shell games where you keep moving things around and, you know, you keep hiding it here and you don't know where the.
Cause like here, this is the server project, this one is over budget, okay, so this HPE Aruba switches. So you're saying some of this should be related to their hours for helping with the DOT and that kind of stuff, because to me this looks like.
I'll have to go back and look at the ones that we removed. I didn't bring it down with me, but if you've got it, I wanna throw it up there again.
it's just not adding up for me. It's not,
Okay, so when they were coded and it ended up that we were over budget. That's a problem. So you wanted us to get under budget. We did that. Now you're not happy with that. I don't understand.
but yeah, how are you under budget? That's what I'm not understanding.
For these projects, I'm not saying for the whole thing. For the whole thing, we're over the 32. No question about that. But as far as the ARPA projects go, that was the issue that you had brought up to me.
Well, yes, but now you're gonna say you're under budget, so if we don't figure this out and get that money de-obligated and re-obligated to something else, we're just giving away money.
We're losing that money. So, like,
And I thought in property then, what we had talked about was, okay, let's go through everything with the fine tooth comb with you and say, okay, we can put this there, we can put this here. Have it broken down much more in depth.
Right, but you didn't do that.
It's been what, 2 days?
I've been asking for 2 or 3 months.
You've been asking me if, I don't think 2 or 3 months is right, but
This is a May invoice. 4.5 months later, it should have been gone through by now and figured out.
That was entered in July.
So what do we have to do? Do we have to, like, because of the ARPA funds, do we have to hire an auditor to come in and do this department or what?
I mean, I'm trying here, but
No, I know you are. I guess if we can't get figured out, we're gonna have to consider hiring an auditor to come in and go through this somehow.
Jim, what's it gonna take you to get all the details on this so that this can be squared away?
I'll get a hold of Pierce and just see what he can do as far as breaking it down even farther and see how granular we can get it.
But what kind of time frame are we talking?
That's up to him what he's got for time. I can rush it as quick as I can. I mean, I can contact him today, at least see it started. And see where it goes from there, I guess.
You understand the issue here, right? I mean, we can't continue to keep spending money and not know what it's going to in detail.
Yeah, I don't think that's not the issue that I see, I guess.
I believe that's the issue that you're seeing, and that's certainly what I'm seeing from here.
Okay.
Because you stated many times just today, Heartland billed you for this, you don't know if it's DOT or sheriffs or whatever. Interns were coding all this stuff and entering it, you don't know what they were doing. You need details, I mean.
Yeah, I just don't have the paperwork in front of me.
Get that. But you've got it somewhere, and.
Yeah, and that's what I talked about in property is, I wanted to do a breakdown of it. They decided that there's better uses of my time, and so we decided not to do it. But I can go ahead and do it, that's fine. That's actually what, you know, Chair Caleb and I was gonna show him, because I knew he wanted to see it. And I thought it'd be a lot easier to follow, because then you could see, all right, this individual piece should have been charged over here. This individual piece should have been on this project.
Well,
Instead of where they do it, where they've got it, you know.
I think you need to block some time out with Jamie and be able to do exactly that. So that she can put it in the accounts that it needs to be, you can explain it out. If you guys gotta block a day out and do it, I suggest highly that you do that. Because we can't keep coming back here every 2 weeks. And some of us work, the majority of us work. And we're taking time off and using vacation time, and we're coming in here and we're pissing away our day because we don't have all the information to make decisions here. And it's highly annoying to me. So I would suggest that you do that and get it taken care of. Thank you.
Do you understand the ARPA side of this,
Yes,
and the importance of them being to the penny.
yes.
So the task at hand here really is we're still over the $30,000 on the budget side.
At least.
So either way, we're not gonna get rid of that issue unless we take care of it.
I'm not voting to put any money towards any overage on budget until I know what it is.
And that's kind of where I guess I'm at on the same train of thought with that right now is because some of the stuff you're saying, Jim, you did say yesterday, and some of the stuff that's coming to light today different. So now again, like Mr. Coggins said, I need a breakdown. We can't just be throwing money away every time we turn around, especially like this, to me, this is like an open checkbook. Nobody's seeing nothing where it's going.
Another big problem here is we got a 424 statement or whatever, not getting entered until July. Wow. I mean, 3 months later, you're gonna try to figure out and break it down? I wouldn't even be able to remember what the hell was done on that thing.
I think that's another
That's gonna be a hard thing when you're working with getting the breakdown. They don't remember that long ago, cause they never broke it down.
Well, gonna be on how well they took notes.
And you will have to keep on top of them, cause I've dealt with people where you get an invoice and then you ask about it, and then they're working on it. They send you the working on an email, and then a week later, you send them another email. You're probably gonna have to really put a lot of pressure on them.
I think this looks bad for the county when we get an invoice that was dated 424 and we're not entering until July on top of it.
Well, in the allocation, all of that stuff should have been figured out before it got entered in, so it got entered to the right accounts to begin with. It costs a lot more time and money to go back and redo it and move it and shuffle stuff around. So this invoice, besides being late to being entered, should have been coded correctly to begin with. And if you didn't have it, call up right away and say, hey, I need the breakdown, I need whatever. That should have been done before it got entered in. And if they don't give you the information, then they don't get paid, and it's their problem, not ours.
So are we thinking, I was thinking to like, give Jim the time to do this and bring it to the,
But we can't wait till November, so I think we really need to try to see something at the next finance meeting here in October,
that's what, yeah, so,
on the 17th. We really need to have at least an update.
Yeah, because we'll have to, if these projects are underspent with ARPA, I'm gonna have to change that resolution.
Cause we're gonna have to make a decision probably on the 17th what we're doing here, because we can't wait into November to do it, cause yeah, Jamie's gotta have her numbers straightened out by then.
Anything that's not obligated or deemed funds disappears after the beginning of the year.
right.
Right.
So is that the consensus?
We need to get our budget done.
Is that the consensus of the committee?
Yeah, I think it is mine anyhow.
Phil?
Yeah.
Gary?
Yep.
Time is of essence, so.
So that's consensus.
What time is it? What time is it?
3 p.m.
Thursday.
Yeah, Thursday, sorry, yeah.
No, it's.
What's the next meeting date?
And as far as the,
Finance,
The 17th.
17th,
That's the record.
Is it 10?
you changed it,
what are you talking about?
Isn't it 3 and 17th?
no,
Yeah.
10,
3.
you changed it,
I never changed it.
because we were going to meet to finish everything up.
Oh,
We have to have the budget finalized like today, because the 17th is too late, we have to have
Yeah,
that.
you've got a lot more to do.
Mhm.
we're gonna have the budget finalized more or
I
less
think we have
except for
some-
IT, right? Jamie?
Sorry.
Yeah, Jamie, budget finalized other than IT? Or are we just gonna not worry about the transfer? That'll be the transfer.
Right, that'll just have to, that'll be in 24, really. we have to get the budget publication put together for the paper, and it takes a significant amount of time, cause you have to,
Long time.
yeah, so the it has to be in the paper, 17th is a Thursday, so it has to be into the paper by Monday the following week.
This is
That's
just
not enough.
a huge problem. I'm surprised property hasn't addressed this. These invoices being out there so far before they get entered.
I just got on it this year.
I just saying.
About this. I don't know if anybody was here from property last time that heard about
The
it.
last committee was Johnny on the spot.
Wow, this is really getting deep here. Alright, so are we all on the same page then? 17th, it is at 3 p.m., correct? As far as I know, I didn't change the date to 10 a.m.
No, we had the September one at 10 a.m., so maybe that was where the confusion.
Well, no, because they were gonna spend more time because we had to get the budgets done, so they were allowing a lot more time on all of these meetings and everything.
So,
It was mentioned at one time, cause I have it written down, so I'll change it to 3, no problem.
alright,
Let me come at 10
Good,
and
Jim?
go for lunch too.
alright, alright. Do we don't need to do anything on that thing, plan, do we?
Thanks,
No,
Jim.
I'll just put that
Yeah,
back on
you're
for the
welcome.
next meeting.
Okay, so nothing's gonna go anywhere, it's just gonna sit there forever.
That's fine. I'll put it on for the 17th meeting, and
Right.
that way we can address it then.
Right.
Okay. Okay.
Bill. Need chopstick.
Alright, where do you wanna head to?
Okay, so, personnel has not had a chance to meet yet to discuss the position, restructuring. But, with schedules being so tight, and what I just said, we cannot wait until the 17th to kind of get it finalized from this perspective, because it takes time to get that budget publication together. So what I'm hoping from you guys today is for you to kind of, and these are my thoughts, is that if personnel makes a recommendation on, hey, we can restructure here, we can cut costs here, this committee isn't gonna say, no, we wanna leave that money in the budget, right? So, my idea is that we get this budget to a point today where we have done everything we can and forward it to county board and personnel for, any cuts that personnel makes to just reduce whatever we're using from fund balance for next year. What are you guys thinking?
Well, it's kinda handy how the calendar's working out. Personnel next week, and then we have finance after, I guess, but
It
in case
takes us.
personnel throws a curve.
Right, and so with the personnel meeting, that would still give us enough time to get that budget publication together after that personnel meeting, but if we have to wait till the 17th,
Oh.
that's just too tight of a turnaround.
I'm with you.
Does it have to be in the paper?
I think it's 15 days.
It's, okay, so it's no. It's 15/21, that's what it is.
I don't know what that means. Oh, okay. And I can open up whatever budgets you guys want. We still don't have anything in, let me just get this budget summary document open up here. So, after last month's meeting, I made those changes that we had discussed as far as, putting $100,000 transfer from the deductible funding in to cover the increase in health insurance costs, the recommendations that Jeremy Jacobs had made regarding using some of those one-time fund balances, so that's just a one-time reduction. With those amounts, I'm trying to think of what other transfers we had, cuts we had made. So that still leaves us here, and we do not
Yeah,
have
maybe that was the situation.
1,786,325.
Total. Or are
That's,
you taking $1 million yet off out of general fund?
right, I have not put anything into that,
No general fund.
right, correct. But we also don't have anything in contingency for any sort of potential wage increases. And so.
No
that's-
contingency funds in this budget.
There's $200,000 of general contingency in this budget here. But there's nothing budgeted for, any potential wage increases. So, that is what we're also now next week to discuss potential wage increases for 2025. And do you wanna?
So what we are bringing to personnel will be some type of a COLA. And if you guys remember, a COLA is what we apply to the entire scale because we wanna keep aging our scale for, recruitment purposes. And then we will also be presenting some type of a step increase. So both of those things, so we can stay competitive in the market.
So that we would want to add into the contingency, and I kind of, I didn't have a lot of time to put into it, but I did throw together just a little kind of rough worksheet that, if we wanted to do a rough estimate of how much should be thrown in there for different scenarios, I can, give that to you. I mean, just a 2% COLA increase, I did my calculation based off of what, our July 1st increases were, so, if other people's wages have changed or new people hired, positions filled, those wage rates could be a little bit different. But just a 2% to adjust that scale up for a cost of living increase, because our scale has not been adjusted since we implemented. So that is strongly recommended because our whole scale is, the whole reason we put all this work into doing that wage study was so that we had a market analysis and we could have our scale within some sort of market range. So if we don't adjust that scale at all, we are just gonna.
And if you guys remember, or for the new people on the board, we implemented the scale at the 20th, 50th blend. So we actually implemented the scale below market for budgetary reasons. So that's how much farther we're behind already.
So.
Going back from when we started this scale, and I know we had to do it, but this scale, since implementation, is probably half of our budget's shortfall right now.
Well, implementation was 500,000, but.
We gave 160, then another 160, there's 320, we're up in the
But
eights.
the majority of our expenses are personal benefits,
It's always the biggest expense, always. It doesn't matter what your business is.
I don't see that, I get that you guys wanna give cost of living increases, hell, I'd like to do one this year, but I doubt I'm going to, but just cause of the way the economy is. But, and it is what it is, but here we're looking at giving cost of living increases, but yet we're looking at possibility of may having to cut positions. I don't, we're muddying the water, and we're gonna have, there's a possibility that some people could be happy here and others could be leaving the end of the year with tears in their eyes. I mean,
What was the amount that you came up with to do a rough, if you do the COLA and the step thing for next year? What was the additional amount
Okay.
compared to
So if it was
July
a
1?
2% COLA and a 1 step, it would be approximately $214,000 before benefits, so we're talking probably closer to $250,000. I didn't get a chance to do my benefit calculations, cause I was,
Would it be a little bit more?
well, it would really be the workers'
Just
comp,
the
like WRS.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm not talking about the increase to health insurance, that's separate, but health insurance would be tied to any sort of, hourly wage increase. So the COLA alone, and again, these are rough figures, would be about 130,772. So we're talking probably about 150,000 just related, if we increase the scale by 2%.
no step.
No step.
How many of these positions, Jim, do you remember that were brought to us that we were told, this isn't really a needed position?
But it's covered by a grant.
Yeah.
That's the best one. Which grant? Well, I don't know. Our budget.
It gets allocated across all of them.
Yeah, it's really, but it's covered by grant. Oh, and better yet, okay, this position is totally grant funded, and then a couple years later, I need 50% of it covered from levy now. Those are the ones I love. Or you never hear about it at all, and it just gets changed and pushed under the rug. I think there's some of them too.
So Jamie, you were saying 150 would just be the COLA, and how much for the step again? Roughly.
Approximately 80,000 plus,
Okay, just say 80 from,
so that's, yeah, or probably even 90, you know, with the benefit.
okay, so 250,000 overall, just rough.
And that is rough, but also not all of it would necessarily be levy impact, there might be some grant, you know.
No worries, it's covered by grant.
Which one?
And that's on top.
I have my sick today, it's Friday.
July 1.
I'm getting tired of this crap.
Correct, but July 1 is like, you know, those wages are
Brian's,
built in, but, yeah. They're like, you know,
This is
built in.
250 additional.
Right, so when we do our individual budgets, the wages that are in those budgets that they're budgeting for are based on the existing, their current wage rates. So then when we budget for a wage increase, it's budgeted for in contingency, so we're always kind of like a year behind on the wages within each individual department budget, if that makes sense.
So we're,
And that's,
if you had 200 in contingency, we're 50,000 short right now then. I mean, if we go through with this, with the wage stuff, right? 'Cause you said
well, and that
But
200
then
in, we would be
that's
adding
for-
another 250 in a contingency. That 200 in contingency is for unforeseen.
Oh, okay, so basically say it's zero, so that we need the 250.
It's a slush fund that always disappears as the year goes on.
So like the contingency fund, this committee has the authority to approve items out of contingency as long as that department is still within 10% of their budgeted expenditures.
So
What-
what,
Go ahead.
what do we have that, I guess, did you trim anything else, or
So,
we're at the 1.7, I mean, do we have some part-time positions that can be trimmed, anything take off of here that aren't necessarily needed in certain departments?
that would have to come through personnel. So possibly, but that, yeah,
I'm
decision.
assuming personnel's already looked on this, at this, the people in personnel. I don't know if you know anybody on that committee, but it'd be nice if they were looking at the stuff.
Most,
I thought that's what was gonna happen.
Yeah,
Yeah.
personnel next week.
Their meeting got pushed back.
Personnel hasn't met
it
since.
was supposed to be
since last
yesterday,
month.
but somebody was gone, so it's moved to next week.
Well, and they have to meet with the departments too.
Yeah.
For one short. We're looking for volunteers to sit down.
That's right now.
I think it'd be a good spot for Mr. Undershoot.
What?
Sit on personnel.
For one short, you know, you could jump in.
Committee says.
But I think Jim has a point that what if personnel goes wacko, I mean, and, you know, cuts or doesn't or whatever, and then we have no say in it, then that's gonna be the final thing.
Well,
No,
We'll
she
have it
wants
done
to
by the-
budget
We
for
need
it.
to
I
have
think we
girls
need to,
squared away before then.
I think we need to come up with a recommendation to personnel today, whether it's positions or not. If they decide not to go with it, then so be it.
No, we cannot discuss certain positions in open session. And we don't have a closed session on.
How are we gonna get anything done today?
Okay, so the thought behind this was if you guys approve the budget with our shortfall coming from the general fund, contingent upon the decisions made at next week's personnel meeting. So as Jamie was saying, okay, so like, let's say for instance, personnel is like, okay, we think we have an efficiency here and efficiency here, so that would lower this department and this department's budgets. Are you guys going to say no to that?
Depends on what it is, I think I share
But
Jim's.
finance doesn't trump personnel when it comes to personnel
Right.
decisions.
So
Right.
that's why we thought it still made sense to
Right.
have this meeting today.
Right, but we still need to come up with where we feel the department's budget needs to be at, and then, right? So if we decide we need to cut something somewhere, how are we supposed to cut a budget and get it in line if we don't have the power to at least make a recommendation to personnel?
What budget are we recommending?
I don't know. But there's 700, and we were trying to get to $1 million out of general fund, and we got 700 and some thousand to go.
Can you tell us this? If we can't be specific on cuts, can you give us a dollar amount of the recommended personnel changes that would be saved? If personnel were to adopt what is being proposed.
Well, what is the finance committee's comfort level for pulling out of the general fund? That is gonna determine the dollar amount.
What is the comfort level of the finance director as far as what would impact us as far as our credit?
So, you know, the 1.8 is a lot, you know, the $1 million.
That would be the whole thing though, if we did that. Okay.
Right, $1 million, I feel like we could justify, because we, you know, if we bond again here, it's hopefully going to be for the jail. You know, if we're gonna be doing that big of a bond issuance, where we're gonna really have to justify what we're using out of fund balance. So I feel like we can comfortably justify using $1 million out of fund balance, because, you know, we have these out of county housing, costs that, you know, we're hoping are just temporary, because we're gonna move forward with the new jail and be able to bring our inmates back in county. The out of home placement costs with HHS, that's mandated. We're doing everything in our power to, get them lower
Kinship
costs.
care or Chris and Ashley work so hard to try to get lower placement costs.
Those are like hopefully one-time unforeseen reasons to use that fund balance. Above and beyond that, what's our long-term plan? We can't keep eating away at the fund balance like this. I am not at all comfortable with that. I am losing sleep over it. Like, this is a big
We
problem.
don't know where the contract's at with the sheriff's department yet either, that's way out there.
Exactly, and that's another thing that's really weighing
So how
on
can
me.
we even finish the budget when we don't even know where we're at on a contract on that?
We're in time constraints here. You know, I'm not at all comfortable with this. I don't like it. You know, we've been racking our brains trying to come up with other ideas, you know, things I was like thinking of is that, you know,
The budget absolutely have to be published by.
well, our budget meeting is on November 12th. So it has to be in the paper.
Can it be in December, or is that like a?
I think it has to be done by the end of November 15th.
Yes, because it has to go into the state.
Didn't we have 2 dates scheduled for budget?
Yes, 2 or 3.
For tax purposes, I mean, tax statements go out in December.
Right.
That all has to be calculated and done in townships, everybody.
I mean, there's things that we definitely need to look at in the future, and maybe, you know, you know, and I haven't been in enough highway meetings, but, you know, a wheel tax, like, that's maybe something we really need to help, you know, and it wouldn't bring in that much more money, but that would help offset some of the money needed for roads.
Also, like the account, that's something the county can do on the.
I don't think
No,
that
the county can't do that, it's the municipality, or room tax,
And there's already a room tax.
or Airbnb, state statute.
And there are programs and items that are not mandated. That we
I
are
think-
still.
I think we've got kind of, like, because, you know, we're trying to get through this year, well, for next year and everything. But I think we have to put everything on the table and look at, you know, maybe there's certain things, I know I'll face opposition from a lot of you, but, you know, maybe the fair, maybe we cut the fair loose. The fair board has a thing, if they're a 501c3, they take over all of that, maybe we can make a contribution, but we're out of the fairgrounds. Maybe same thing with Trails End, they have a board, they raise the money for their things, on stuff like that.
Animal shelter,
You know,
stuff like that.
well, if we have a foundation that takes over, that could do that, the county
Is that a motion?
one of the few there. But I think we have to think outside the box and look at every program really and say, you know, is this it, or can, you know, like you say, the county fair, maybe don't call it fair, maybe call it county get together, or, you know, whatever you wanna do. But same thing with Trails End, we've gotta look at all of these other things and see, is that really a county thing? Maybe-
Some of these we have agreements with too, but yeah.
But, and again, the other complicating thing with all this is, if they do this, there is long-term debt on that Jamie knows about, that we don't, that, you know, we have to be careful about that, whether we can still continue to pay, you know, the debt on that, but I think we've gotta think outside the box and look at a whole variety of things, everything's on the table too. You know,
I mean, if the government's gotten so big that we can't support it, we should be government.
I mean, that's just, you know,
So do we have a list of services we're offering right now that aren't mandated?
well, pick a budget.
yeah,
Yeah, there's a couple.
No, seriously, which one do you wanna look at here? These are,
I don't know, Land and Water, HHS,
so, okay, land and water. There's not a lot here, but, you know, there's some, like, power line funds are being used for some stuff that could maybe be used for other purposes, and I'd have to look into exactly what the power line funds can be used for. I know they can be used for, like, tourism, conservation, development, that sort of thing. You know, this budget here, this is the land info budget, so there is quite a bit of levy going in here, you know, but most of it's wages, then this one, there's no levy in this one, but there was last year. Cause like here, transfer from power lines for, you know, Pigeon Creek Dam repair, which, you know, I don't know.
that
how
one, if
to
I
do that.
remember that one, we're stuck with, the board made a decision, we're covering half of that from the state.
Gotcha, so,
That was done
Yeah.
a couple of years ago.
but there's some of the, like, the shoreline protection and that's utilizing, power line funds that could maybe, be, you know, we have power line funds that, you know, we don't wanna spend all of it each year because those dollar amounts are decreasing as time goes on, so, you know, by the end of it, we're only gonna be getting like $300 in the last year that we get those power line funds.
That's the only
HHS,
thing you're seeing right now that's not grant covered or something.
yeah, I
Stay
mean,
on
just
that.
kind of high level,
Stay on that one, if you don't mind. So when it comes to, staff, what's their budget on staff? And how much of that is grant funded and not?
so. Down here in the bottom is where we have the revenue, so in this budget, this is the land records, land info budget. And so this one is pretty much entirely levy funded, cause the only fees that are coming in are like the addressing fees and that kind of thing. But this is a mandated service, as far as, you know, public access, so this one is not supposed to be levy funded at all. But there was some confusion or something about their grant funding, so we ended up having to put levy into this fund, but hopefully that was a one-time thing.
Is that resolved going into next year?
No. Well, in 2025, yes, but in 2024, it's still getting cleaned up.
Do we need to address that on the 17th?
I think it's already been addressed. It's already been addressed. County-owned dams, very little levy in here. He's got some grants in there. Wildlife damage, that's fully grant funded. The
This is also grant funded. The tree program. Although, you know, I don't know that there's any sort of, you know, yes, there's a fund balance in here, but I don't know that it's like mandated that fund balance. Right, like I think there, I mean, if there's fund balance here, there must have been a resolution at some point in time to create that, but,
Thank you, but yeah, Nick says that the tree program more than pays for itself, and it is quite popular in the community, so.
So maybe some of the fund balances from more revenue than expenses.
And that is, yeah, he explained that yesterday.
but there's also no wages being charged to this, so those wages are being eaten by another budget that are, you know, for the time they spend in this program.
So we should charge wages to that budget though, right? I mean, it should, a small percentage should be allocated.
Well, isn't Johnny mainly involved in that, and his wages are all grant funded?
And Rachel, I think there's, I mean, when they have the sale, like there's quite a few of them that are,
You know,
Nick's been involved in that, Rachel, cause this is the one where you buy the trees from, right? Yeah, cause I went in and even if Rachel's at a desk, you know, and I gotta go talk to her to get set up with whatever, it's still her time.
so, I mean, they're, well, decommissioning, this is power line transfer.
So you're saying these positions right now, you don't wanna talk about until personnel?
Well, we can talk about them in terms of how they're funded.
Right, that's what I'm getting at.
Yep. Are you
Is there any part-time positions in this department?
Denise is part-time, and she does, like back scanning.
Is that any type, is that levy or grant funded?
I believe she's on a grant.
Yeah, here. So yes, this is the one that's supposed to be 100% grant funded, so this, there's like, they get
What
grants
is
in,
it?
well, it wasn't in 23, and in 24, we're still.
That's what irks me when you promise that it says it's gonna be grant funded and just grant gets screwed up and nobody says anything and the position stays. This is nothing personal, but it starts coming out of county budget, then that's a different deal.
Yeah, it looks like they're gonna be, 2024 looking over on that too.
Well, then if something like that happens, somehow we have to get this to the department heads, if they ran out of grant money, then they need to stop. Especially if it's part-time, and they need to stop having the person come in. I mean, that's real simple.
So that is not a burden on finance, that is a burden on your department head, because they are responsible for their budget, which means that ultimately the committee is not keeping a great eye on the budget either.
And we did bring this to that committee, and they weren't concerned.
I mean, positions grant funded, fine. But if you're not keeping up on the grant and you over, and then it starts coming out as contingency or whatever else, because the person did the work, so they deserve to be paid. You have to pay them.
Yeah, and I think that they maybe don't have this accurate here. So that just doesn't seem.
That one, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think I was going to initially look at this budget, but, yeah, cause that, otherwise, you know, for a budget that has zero levy, and they're looking at using 180,000 in 2024. So, okay, so which tab were we on?
Should have all kinds of money left over if they, or what they used when we budgeted.
And not everything in that budget is claimed on the grant necessarily, that budget also has, land info fees. So when there's a recording in the Register of Deeds office, some of that money goes into that budget for purposes of maintaining the land info system.
Okay, another one that does a lot of granting is HHS, right?
Yep, so do you wanna, okay, so go to that one. So HHS, like, you know, Jeremy did cut out his 15%, but this still doesn't, his budget does include some non-mandated services
like the home delivered meals, which has a $100,000 increase in their levy ask in 2025 compared to 2024. So, you know, and that's what he cut his budget with that 15 to try to preserve that home delivered meal program for 2025, but is that feasible? That's for you guys to decide.
Where's that at?
Let me find it. Okay, so this is the senior center itself, which is like all of the senior centers for our costs related to those. But most of it's for the one here. This one should have been levy, service management. This, I believe, is the. No. Hold on, sorry. This is not the one. But this is related to the meal costs. This is part of the meal costs. It's the overhead here.
None of that's grant, huh?
Not in, well, this has a 25,000, so for the service management, so Jeremy would be able to explain better what all these different budgets are, cause they have like the service management, but then they also have home delivered meals, which obviously is like the Meals on Wheels, and then the congregate meals, which is your site meals when people are physically going to the senior center to eat their meal at noon. Which there's a significant lower cost for the congregate meals because they don't have to deliver them to each of the sites. And you don't have as much with the packaged foods, cause they kind of, I think they get delivered like family style. All the food is prepped here at our senior center and then it gets delivered to Hawkins, Sheldon, Bruce, and then they've got a site manager at each of those that kind of puts out that food. This is the congregate meal, so this is the sites. And the majority of the funding is in congregate meals. During COVID, they allowed for some flexing of being able to move some congregate meal money into your home delivered because of COVID related reasons. So that might be part of the reason why that levy ask has gone up, is because they, you know, can no longer flex. I'm not positive on that though. So this is the home delivered meals program. So 2024 levy was 118,000. The 2023 actual usage of levy was only 34,000. So then they're asking for over $200,000 for 2025. So, you know, some of those meals they can charge for, and so the seniors I think are supposed to, they're asked for a $5 donation per meal, but it's not required. And then there are some programs like Iris and Inclusa that pay, so they can bill them and get paid for some of those meals. But
Would that be under the program income?
Yep, so that's what this program income
And I
is,
don't, no, program income's blank
right here.
at 1,300 in 2023. Nothing for 20.
Oh, these are both program income, but
Oh,
I guess I don't know what that other, it's this, yeah,
oh, okay,
they're the
I
same.
see what you got there.
Yeah,
They're almost identical.
and I mean, I think a big part of it is that food costs have gone up too.
We do that 5 days a week.
Yes,
I thought last we talked, we used the
He and Kathy are looking into that.
but I think they were looking maybe at 2026.
Yeah.
I think for the home deliveries and everything, for Meals on Wheels, I think it's a very important program, because if you stop that, your other costs would probably go up, because those meals for the people, you know, that are out there. They, you know, it's.
You're talking more like mental health type of costs?
Well, that,
And
plus,
then other,
mental
Yeah.
health and physical health, and if you might, okay, cut that out, but then your other costs may go up there with mental health or physical or stuff like that. The social aspects just, because I delivered Meals on Wheels, and some of these people are so lonely, I mean, you couldn't get out of there half an hour or something, and,
I heard you had a lot of complaints that your meals were cold by the time you got them.
yeah, well, you
I'm
expect,
just kidding,
no,
Terry.
but you expect that, you know, they know to do it, but then we did have some that, well, you see all kinds of people, and when they put it in the refrigerator and they've got 10 other meals still in there, there's some mental stuff going on, and then you've got.
Well, I don't think any of us are gonna say that that's one we wanna cut, I think that.
No, I'm just explaining that that's not
No.
mandated.
Yeah, it's
What
not,
else we got?
but it's a very important rule.
There should be no levy there.
How about some of those positions we added there in the last couple of years that were supposed to be grant funded, Medicare offset, whatever else, I don't remember all of them, are those still?
So I think some of that's a time lag too, with these CCS positions, it's like, okay, so you have a WIMCR report, which is your cost report, so you do your cost plans for these CCS programs, and you get paid at a reduced rate, so like, say your cost is $100 an hour, they pay you $66 of that upfront, and then at the end of June, you have the WIMCR report, which is your cost report due. So you get that done, and so then you report your actual cost related to that program. And then December, maybe January is when you're made whole on that. So there's a lag, and so we brought that program in-house in January of 2023. We were contracting with Aurora to do it. So, and Chippewa County handles all of the billing for it. So then in January of 2023, we brought that program in-house, and so we had 3 full-time staff. So then now we're the ones with the leg on that part of it, and when before it was Aurora. And then we added 2 or 3 more staff because there's a significant need for those positions. But then when you add that, that kind of just adds to your leg. So that part of it, you know, we might come out, like next year, it might be $200,000 less for that reason, or however much we're getting from that, because that money is coming in. We can't record those proceeds in the revenue for that in the year that it actually relates to, because we don't know exactly how much we're gonna get until we do everything's finalized with that cost report. So it's over a year by the time, if that makes sense. So that part will help us. So yes, the CCS positions truly are Medicaid funded. It's just there's a time lag, and I could show you how over the years it works with that CCS funding. Plus, we also had to put more money into a capital account with Chippewa County because they need the cash to be able to pay out as it comes in, because they also have that huge lag too with the timing of it. So that
But
didn't
we
hit our
do know
expense.
when it is, when it comes in January.
Yes, yep, and it gets recorded in there, so if you look at it with keep your expenses, behind where your revenues are at, we do break even on that. It's just, it's hard to see it when you're looking at the budgets. So once we get consistent staffing for a couple of years where we keep that same level of CCS staffing, that will level out.
Well, my understanding was a couple of these positions were going to save us money when they were pitched to us over time.
I don't know that any position
Well,
is saved.
I think because of cost allocation, so if our IT people get a little bit, and maintenance gets a little bit, and phone gets a little bit, I think that's what the selling it, if I remember right. Cause I remember the same thing as some savings, but I think it was more of a fixed cost being allocated across them, that's what I thought.
What positions are we talking about?
Yeah.
I don't remember, but we've added like 3 or so in the last year or 2, at least 2.
The second 9A, we split DBS and CLTS into 2 full-time positions.
I don't know that yet.
One was Aurora, and wasn't one, what's the other one? I thought there was another company we were working with.
Oh, when we brought the CCS in-house maybe? But again, that didn't really save us money, it's just not costing us more money because of that reimbursement through,
I thought there was one in there somewhere that was gonna say it was mine, but maybe I'm don't have it right.
Yeah, we'd have to ask Jeremy.
It's been a while.
I thought it was CCS.
I thought it was CCS too.
I could be wrong.
well, we can bill our cost allocations to that, yeah,
I think,
that maybe
I
is
think
the,
IT too.
well, which is part of our cost allocations. And I don't have our cost
We do more projects in house.
allocations in our back yet, so I have not been able to update that. I don't know if it's gonna come in more or less, so, realistically, our budget's probably not gonna have the actual cost allocations in there. But on the 17th, I'll be able to give you a more accurate idea of where that'll come in at. So public health has some levy in here, where we could potentially save money. I mean, we would be losing the school charges, but, and I don't know how feasible it is, but if we did our jail nursing in-house. But I don't know all the logistics with that, and
Were we afraid that, somebody might apply for that position, but they might not feel comfortable doing the jail position?
Well, there was that, and then the other thing was, we just signed that contract,
For $100,000 or whatever it was in here.
that goes through 25, so, I mean,
Yeah.
can you break the contract?
so. WIC, there's some levy in there. I don't know, and sometimes, you know, when there's levy in here, it might be because we were required to have a match on it, so if we cut that levy, we would also be cutting some funding that we receive. And I don't know if this is one of those programs, but that's just something to keep in mind, is that, you know, not every program can be completely grant funded, because sometimes you have a 25 or 50% cash match. There's no levy here. No levy here. This is the opioid funds. They have to be used for opioid abatement. So Jeremy's been talking about, you know, eventually maybe creating a prevention specialist position, whether that be part-time or full-time, and utilize some of these. Yes. So we are getting payments in for opioid.
For how long?
That's kind of up in the air somewhat, because there's still stuff in
Still settlements
litigation.
that are,
Yeah.
okay.
Seems like
But there's
every
no-
few months, we got another something coming in.
Yeah, but then there's
But
some.
that money can sit there, there's no strings tied to it.
Right, the
That's
only
what it
strings,
can be used
yes,
for.
just what it can be
Right,
used
but
for.
there's
Right.
no time constraints.
Nothing has to be done tomorrow.
Correct. No levy here, no levy there, no levy there. No levy there. Economic support, and again, this might be a match thing, I'm not sure exactly how the funding structure on all these work.
Economic support, how does that work?
That would be a Jeremy question. I mean,
So, yeah, we work,
So the mining fund is economic, designed for
oh, that's economic development. Economic support is different. This is getting people.
Word economic sounds good to me.
This is mining funds to.
John,
Okay,
well,
so
let me
this
take
is where a
mining
lot of the
funds out
levy,
Economic development to use for
Yes.
economic support, they said I'm splitting hairs.
Why you splitting hairs?
and this here is those transfers of those one-time fund balances that Jeremy had talked about from the drunk driver, intoxicated driver surcharge, and temporary assistance for needy families. That program is no longer in existence. So, but this is one-time money here, so that's not gonna be an option next year, because we're pretty much clearing that out. This is kind of their catch-all budget for HHS, so when I do year-end budget transfers, any overage or under amount on all those other budgets, I transfer into here, and then from here, we do a transfer with the general fund. So, you know, we're looking, we didn't budget any levy for 2024 within this budget, we're looking at having to use 200,000 because of those high cost placements, and we're also clearing out the reserve balance that they did have in this budget, so they, you know, have historically carried a $200,000 reserve balance in this budget for those unforeseen expenses, and
So that's a
we're projecting that's-
$400,000 swing.
we're projecting that's going to be completely wiped out in, 2024, and you might be wondering why this number is higher than what they had, it's because they didn't include one of their other budgets wasn't balanced, and so we had to balance that out.
So we started with $1 million over levy with, or increase with HHS, where did we kinda, I remember when we first looked at this budget,
Where are we at now?
yeah.
Okay, just a second, let me get to the HHS budgets
I thought this one kinda doubled.
So it was at like $1 million when we first started, and now it's at 680,718.
Okay,
Mm-hmm.
we got it now 30%, that sounds on the overage.
But they were instructed to cut 15% of their total levy ask, so, like I said, their levy ask had doubled.
So that would've been about right.
So that was like one of the few departments that was actually successful in cutting, but
So you guys actually did their homework.
So what's another
So who
department?
did not?
me,
A lot of us can't cut. Our budgets are so, you'd be leaving us with wages and benefits, and then how do you ask someone to do their job without supplies or subscriptions?
and since I started in June of 18, when I started, we had, within just the finance department within this building, we had another full FTE, plus they were contracting with an outside person to come in to prepare things for the audit. We are no longer contracting with a person, and we are down to 3 FTEs. We cannot cut any more personnel.
Don't make a whole like
So technically, right now, though, you have 5 that fall underneath finance. 2 at highway,
One at highway.
I thought both at highway were,
Only one of them's in the finance department.
Well, Sky.
Okay.
I thought
Yeah.
Sky and Jean were.
No, Jean's in the highway department.
She runs it that title, but I don't know where she runs that title.
Yeah, she has like
Yeah,
finance title, right?
Right, but she's not under, I have no oversight over that position.
So you actually got what, 3?
Or
Yeah, we have 3 in this building here, yeah.
3 here and 1 with.
Yeah.
How many can go to part-time a year?
None.
What?
I'm already putting in extra hours. I can't take time off. I have PTO that I can't use.
Everybody's gotta work together here.
Okay, what's another bad one? I can't handle this in you 2 arguing.
Well, pick one.
I said I can't listen to you 2 argue, so we gotta move to another one. We can circle back to it. I want to keep moving.
Well, what are we accomplishing by doing this?
One thing I would ask, and it might not be popular, but, you know, in our capital projects, we're budgeting for those bathrooms, those more bathrooms on the fairgrounds.
That's coming from where?
Capital projects and black cap funding.
Well-
Okay, so if we pull that out of there, fine, so to speak, but the lat cap money stays still budgeted for that sometime down in the future, but they're already looking at.
That's up to you guys.
Well, the lag cap wasn't even $100,000.
No, that was 64,000, and so then we have,
That won't do much for bathrooms, would it?
but then we
That
have,
wouldn't do much for bathrooms up there.
No, but I mean, if you can leave it right there and then we address that later down in the future.
A lot of porta
Just make
potties.
sure you think.
but that lab cap funds can be used for pretty much anything, so we have, $125,000 of our bond money that is currently in the budget for used for, you know, you guys decide, I mean,
What else is coming out of capital projects that, didn't we have a plow truck in there too?
this is, so the highway had been asking for levy money for equipment. And so we changed that to be some of the bond money to be used for dump trucks,
How much you got?
plow trucks. So right now, there's 444, they had asked for 500,000, it's at 444,000 to balance out with what we had for the bond proceeds.
I say, cut it down to one truck.
I don't even,
Roughly, it's gonna be roughly, I think, because there's, I don't wanna jump you all over, but I think there's quite a bit in the equipment fund right now.
So one truck is like 380, Jim?
Give or take,
Like fully fitted,
I think complete, and I think the other one needs to come out of equipment fund
okay.
for next year. And
okay,
they need to stop it too. And if there's extra things that they need, it'll have to come out of equipment fund or it won't happen.
so then,
So cut that down to 380 and you can move some of that towards your bathroom project yet if you need to.
well, I mean, the bathroom project is in here, but that's what I'm just asking, like, and I don't know what other capital projects we have right now that we would use that bond money for, I'm just, because it has to, you know, that bond money has to be used for capital related projects.
Right, so is there something in the operating budget that we could move to capital? Then get that savings there is what Jamie's kind of getting at.
Yeah, and I'm not aware of anything right now, but I, you know, they've been talking for years about how our boiler system in this building is on its last legs.
Well, if you wanted to keep your 50,000 going to IT, it could come from this, right?
No,
No?
because
Because
that's
it's going
really
in a
not
fund.
like a capital,
Okay.
it's capital related, but we have to have these bond proceeds spent within 2 years, and we don't know when we're gonna do the next server upgrade, so that's, no, I don't think that's a good idea.
What other building projects did we have going on? Is that bathroom at the fairgrounds the only one for next year right now?
That's the only one that really made it into the budget, because that's, you know, what we had for bond funds. You know what I'm saying? There were other things in the capital improvement plan that didn't make it in here because there wasn't funding available for it. And I'm not know what we want to spend it on, but, or what we need to spend it on, not want, but
Well, somebody could come up with something if you put that ad out there.
I mean, we could end up having to, you know, build for the sheriff, or if that boiler system goes out, we.
When does that have to be used by? Or,
90% of it has to be spent within 2 years, there's thresholds, so much, like 75% has to be spent within,
15% within 6 months, and then, does it go to 75, like 18? There's thresholds. Cause they don't want you borrowing and having it just sitting there.
well, the good sheriff should be used if we've got the tower project started, right?
so that's in here.
That's all right.
But
You say,
that tower project could end up going over.
what do you say completion on the tower project actually?
What's that?
When do you think the date of completion on the tower project would be?
Mid 2025.
Like summer?
Yeah.
Didn't we go over on the tower project already for something that was unforeseen?
Well, we had some contingency built into it.
So, for instance, that generator, getting the gas to that generator, we did not anticipate being $6,000. But we
Was
have,
there an internet issue too?
for fiber,
Yeah.
I don't believe the sheriff had initially budgeted
For the operating.
operating
Okay,
impacts.
which station? Warehouse or the one in,
What do you mean?
the gas first?
No, for out here. So this is a diesel generator that when it runs, it isn't vented. Okay, so you guys approved getting a new generator out there that is LP instead of diesel. And the cost is gonna be $6,000 for We Energies to get that line, get the pad poured, get the tank out there.
That'll be cheaper in the long run anyhow than diesel.
Okay, sure.
I think so, I mean, in the long run, I think it'll save money.
And it's safer, cause it's not venting diesel exhaust into our building, but, there was a savings though within the, tower project, because we went with one of the sites has microwave instead of fiber backhaul. And I know that the board had wanted fiber at every site, but it just wasn't feasible there, so there was a savings there, so we still think that we're plenty good on the budget, but don't take anything away, please.
I'm not gonna.
So we have until, when did this bond start again? We have until when?
September
17th.
So we have 2 years from September 17th, so we have next year.
Yeah, I mean, to get 90% of it spent, but we, you know, and we should have, the thing is, you know, those highway projects, we bonded for 24 and 25. So obviously that 25 amount is gonna, some of that's gonna push right to the end of that. The tower project, you know, will help us get to that 75% within that 18 months and.
Yeah, we already have all of the, radios for Motorola.
And I had, yesterday had Verna transfer money out of bond proceeds into, our general, for what's been spent so far.
So if we can the bathrooms though, where's the lab cats?
That's
Just gonna sit there.
for you guys on the board to decide. I mean, right now it's obligated for the for the bathrooms. But technically that could be used even for operating costs. I'm not saying it should be, I'm saying,
But can it just sit there and maybe be readdressed
yeah,
next year?
yeah, there's no timeline on. And I don't know necessarily what you guys would want to, you know, reallocate those bond proceeds to, I just wanted to bring it up.
Well, is that enough for the fairgrounds to do that project or not?
We haven't actually bid anything yet, so.
It was supposed to be that 220
Yeah, and they were gonna,
So
well,
this
they were
is,
gonna,
but this
they were gonna
includes this,
fundraise for the.
you
the
dropped
rest
this
of
down
it.
to the 189. So are you saying that we take out that 60, drop this down to the 30, and then put that 64,000 into the north bathrooms too, or? Because this is the total cost, not just what the bond funds are. This includes, this 189 includes the LACAP funds.
No, I think we cut highway down to about 380 and then sit on the rest.
Okay, so just put that, I'll just put
I do
64,000
agree. I do agree.
here and take 64,000.
Yep. I wish to the point where it has to start.
Well, and they're getting more money into their equipment fund right now because none of Justin's wages are hitting the equipment fund while he's the interim commissioner. They're hitting the admin budget.
I know they need a tractor and
So
stuff, but I think they'll be sitting okay next year to get another piece of equipment yet out of that besides one plow truck. There'll probably some people that throw fed.
Just
They're
don't
talking
wanna
about
skip
fixing the roof
after
too,
that-
but
After that presentation of all the equipment out there that's failing, I mean, that their roads are used by everybody across the county.
we don't get a commissioner, a full-time commissioner pretty soon, we might as well just park it all by the road and put a for sale sign on it.
Connie,
Yeah.
you have to say.
Ashley and I had a meeting with,
Dave Forsba from WEDAC.
and so, Ashley had alerted me to a grant that was 20,000, but after talking to Dave, we can get a 50-50 match on the bathrooms.
Well, then we can always readdress this and reallocate it later.
So,
Can we use the LACAP funding as our match on it? Okay, just wanna make sure
I mean,
that.
if we cut.
well, I
we
don't
could-
know,
We
but
could use LACAF for anything else.
Right.
that's what I'm trying to say, so that frees up. It's a 50-50 up to.
Well, then that leaves us some money sitting back, say, maybe something does happen with the boiler. We can still take something and address it that way.
Well, we have to get the grant first, I mean,
The part that bothers me when it's not allocated, then somebody comes in and, oh, I got this project and it's
So
tired
why don't
meeting.
you throw the bathrooms down?
Well, okay, so I put that year to this other this is kind of our,
But you'd
General.
also, if hypothetically, that grant would come through, so that'd only be $100,000 matching, it's a $200,000 structure.
yeah, and I don't think that we necessarily have to change the budget for that, because it's still budgeted in there, in that same budget, the expense would still be in that budget, just be moving it between lines.
But so my question is, are we pulling it off the budget, are we figuring out?
No, none of this is, no.
This
Okay,
is,
well,
these are
then-
bond money.
You know, I guess the main reason here is to figure out our budget, instead of pulling out $700,000.
Well, but Jamie's point was though, if we can free up some bond money, get something off of our operating, was there any other capital type expense in our operating that we could pull into bond money? That was what her goal was, cause that would lower our
Are we
operating.
purchasing any other equipment or vehicles throughout the county? That's budgeted for 25.
What
The
is-
squads,
what
but I
is-
don't think we can use this bond money for the squads, cause this is 10-year, we really wanted to get like a bank one for the squads.
Okay, so what else are we buying at the highway department? We can pull out of it,
I don't
Honestly,
think there's anything right now.
Yeah, all they had in
Just
their
two
plan
plow
was
trucks.
2 plow trucks, 3 pickups, and a skid steer.
3 pickups for next year?
Yeah, that's what they have in their plan.
Where was that?
Well, they're getting 2 pickups this year, so.
Right, so I think that will take care
I
of
don't,
that.
Well,
I don't think that's gonna happen.
though, didn't
And we
Yeah.
kinda had a discussion about the skid steer too, I don't think that's gonna happen either.
Okay.
And, you know, we have $200,000 in contingency. If we had that $64,000 of bond money available, like, just think, if we had something that would have been a contingency related item, like, say the boiler, for example, we have that $64,000 of bond money available that we could utilize for that, we could potentially reduce our contingency there, which would be levied.
So we're going on future purchases yet, though, we haven't. cut
We still have to make
anything
sure that
from-
this bond money gets spent, and so,
Right, so there's nothing else though that we can use to offset our levy.
no, I mean, we really kind of, for the most part, we said, hey, you have a capital related item, is that really, do we absolutely need it? And it wasn't.
So if there's, no, speaking of highways, it sounds like we're kinda done with this, so speaking of highway, what's in there for equipment purchases are they budgeted? I don't remember.
That's kind of what I was trying to get at. I wanted to see that.
Okay, so here, this is, I don't know specifically what, equipment purchases 750,000 here.
That's more or less 2 trucks. I mean, I think our last, what was our last quote? Three,
It's 360, 380, it didn't have 360, 380.
yeah, by the time they're fully equipped per truck. Now, where's the money, I guess, coming from for those equipment purchases? Where's that?
So, I'm glad you asked. This here is the equipment revenue, where their equipment hours and usage is charged off to whatever project they're working on, whether it's our projects, other townships' projects, etc. And then this is the 380,000, which was the 444,000, which before that was 500,000. So we kind of whittled away at that. That would be transferred from the capital projects, and then they also have fund balance.
Okay, and there is the possibility that highway may have to do some major roof repairs out there.
That cannot come out of the equipment fund, that would be buildings and grounds.
Well, it can't come out of equipment fund.
No,
I thought
no,
once they said that repairs could come out of there.
not for the building, no. Cause that's not, equipment repairs, yes, can come out of there, but not,
So they have plenty, if we give them 1 truck, they have plenty to pull plow trucks, pickups, and whatever else out of there next year.
Alright, 750. I think when I first got on here, that budget was over.
I mean, and they do have, and with having newer equipment, there's gonna be less repairs, hopefully.
That's the general idea.
That's the goal.
So that's where, this equipment expense,
I thought they had more in there that they were.
well, and this has not been updated here either
Well,
for.
I think Sky cut it down. But there was also also talked that they were in bad need of another mower tractor. I don't remember when we put Justin on the spot at last highway, we said, okay, pick something that you need the most, and I think he was, the pickups are ordered, at least 2 of them.
Correct.
Plow trucks will be ordered,
That's coming out of the.
that's coming out of this year's budget, so that's not gonna affect. Is there anything left that's gonna be carryover from this year's budget for equipment purchases?
No,
Okay,
like as far as what was levied, no,
Yeah.
they've been told that they need to spend that this year or it goes back to the general fund. That's not,
I think we did with those 2 pickups that were purchased. I know they were like 3 or 4 short, but we're like, you're just gonna have to make do. So is there any other vehicle purchases in the county that are going against levy? Any other equipment purchases that could be cut, or should be looked at?
We took out of maintenance, didn't we? We took all that out.
yeah, and I don't think we should use the 10-year bond funds for county cars or for squads because we're only planning on using them for 3 to 5 years, you know, for.
So where's the county cars coming from? What?
So the mileage gets charged out,
No, squads.
the county car fund, and that fund balance is built up by charging the departments.
So is there money there,
I mean,
or are we borrowing money?
we're not borrowing money, no.
Could that money be switched somewhere else out of that fund to cover our levy?
The only thing we could do is do a bank loan to borrow for those squads and then put that.
Why do we need squads? We're hiring people to transport prisoners out of county.
Does Jimmy look like Phil?
No, but that was the argument yesterday.
I mean, but there's another budget that's way over whack, and they're choosing to do what they need to do, so.
So that really, it gets really complicated because, okay, so squads aside, I guess if we borrow money for the squads even, we could stay on that subject, then we would, you know, put that money into the county car fleet, but then we would want to reduce the dollar amount per mile that we charge to the sheriff's department, so that in turn that would end up reducing the levy. That way.
But you're ultimately not reducing the impact to the taxpayers though. You're balancing the operating budget on paper, but you're still levying that money onto the taxpayers.
And squads really are an operating cost, we purchase squads every year. So I don't know that, you know, we did borrow once for it, but I think now we're finally in a good place with our fleet fund where we're charging the IRS rate, it's breaking even. I think I don't know
But
that
we
we're
were supposed to, with what we were charging there, but see, we charge the department and it still comes,
Right,
it still comes out of the other pocket.
I think Jim's talking about holding off on not buying so many this year and putting that money into the,
but it's not,
I tried-
we don't,
I
it's
tried
not an
yesterday.
expense that's budgeted for, and that's what I'm trying to explain too. If we don't buy those squads, that's not going to help balance our budget. Because we budget for the, it's kind of like highway, remember how I explained to you with highway where you're like, what expense does the gravel crushing hit? It hits inventory, and with the cars, it's carried as an asset. And when it hits expense is when people use it and we charge out that mileage. So if you truly want to, you know, cut from your levy, I'm not recommending this because it gets very complicated. So if you wanted to cut from your levy related to the county cars, we would need to decrease the rate that's charged to each of the departments per mile. And then borrow money from do a bank loan to pay for those squads. But some of these budgets that are utilizing these cars are grant funded, so now we're kind of losing out on some grant funds because we're charging a reduced rate. I think the fleet should just, it's an internal service fund, we should keep it self-sufficient. And
But the squads aren't grant funded.
no, but the charges, the actual expense.
Well, the sheriff's department.
I get what she's saying.
I know, I
The
get
mileage
what
charge is gonna be there no matter if we buy them new squads or not.
And I don't,
but can you take out of the
the
fund
reason
balance?
this fleet, or this
Right,
fund got
okay.
in such a bad spot is because we were charging
less than our actual cost to the department.
Well, we can still continue charging them the same amount, just don't give them the squads.
But then we're gonna end up with maintenance costs that exceed
What's the,
emergency repairs on a squad, because
what's the
You can't have it out of
increase?
service, cause then you have no.
You guys make it sound like these squads break down every day.
there was one that was pretty bad. That was the one that
Last
we
I
ended up
heard, they
selling
had
on.
a really good,
And I get it, but again, you're making it
Return.
sound that these cars break down daily.
They don't break down daily,
Correct,
but,
that's my point. Most of your vehicles today are meant to run a lot longer. 100,000 miles on a car anymore is nothing.
right, but they are running
We're
for
running only 100.
their entire 12-hour shift.
And they're hard on their cars,
They
they,
ain't that hard on it.
well, they're harder than a normal driver.
okay, so we're trying to cut things here, and every time we look at something, I hear, well, you can't do that.
You can't do it, so yes.
Oh, you gotta have this, oh, you can't do that, so I guess somebody else come up with some ideas, because I'm running out of them.
And again, that's where I'm getting kind of pissed off here. If we're gonna piss away my time, and every time we talk about something and it comes up, and we do something, why am I even here?
Okay, well, do you want me and Jamie to lie to you and tell you that it's borrowing for squads? Yep, that's gonna cut the budget, because
It's not
that's a
the matter of
lie.
borrowing for the squads. Take 2, not 3. Or take 1, not 3. You
But
know,
that doesn't-
The sheriff's department's not giving 1 ounce.
No, they're not.
And we need cars, but you know what? Everybody else is working diligently, trying to cut the damn budget, but the sheriff's department won't budge, and there's a few other departments in this courthouse that won't budge. Why are they just like digging their feet in the ground, and everybody else has gotta, work accordingly?
And I'm with John, we send them back, and the sheriff's department comes back with theirs higher, because we didn't have it right the first time.
And I
Well,
don't disagree with you,
that
but
really
the
makes me feel
squads are
comfortable.
unrelated to that.
Yeah, so if you have other suggestions for where to cut the sheriff's budget, then I think we should talk about that. Jamie and I are just being honest with you that limiting car purchases isn't helping the operating side of things.
Well, if we cut patrol, then we'll be a-holes, because somebody, then we're cutting services to the county, we can't do that, we know that's off the table. Can't cut wages, because that contract's out there, and we have no clue where that's gonna end up. So, what do? Cut receptionist, office coordinator overtime, well, that ain't even anything on there. Cut them down to all part-time positions, other than emergency services. I mean, I don't know.
Why does the sheriff get overtime?
It's not the sheriff himself, he's salaried, it's the deputies, so
Okay.
just the
Okay.
sheriff, that's the name of the
Department.
budget,
Got
yeah,
it.
sorry. Not to keep beating the squad thing too, but the situation we're in with the highway department, all of their vehicles being old and outdated and not having a proper plan and rotation,
How old's the oldest vehicle out on highway?
it's old.
What's it called?
87,
Yeah.
87, how old's the oldest squad car?
5 years old.
And there's a big.
I mean, there's a big.
Right, but I'm just
That's
saying
not-
that, like-
That's like comparing apples and.
The highway pickups, when they go out on the job for the day, they sit there and run all day too on the side of the road, sometimes the lights flashing and whatever.
And if you wanna talk about safety and security, you can't get out there and salt the roads cause something's broken down, that affects everybody.
Sometimes a squad is on scene before a plow is.
But what does that mean?
You said safety and
They got
security, I'm
really
saying that
shiny
a
vehicles.
squad sometimes is responding to a vehicle in a ditch before the road is even plowed.
Right.
So
So we wanna
we
get
wanna
that
make
to
sure
where
that
the,
that car can handle that.
and we wanna make sure, but if we had the right equipment for highway too. it'd be
If we had a
problem.
shop where they didn't have to take their plow off and they weren't over there chiseling their plow out of ice, then maybe they could get the road cleared
And
sooner.
we should be looking at doing the highway shop, that should be our next big capital project.
It is, yeah, we are looking at that right now.
So, okay, sheriff's department. I mean, the wages are,
Where's the big increases that we're seeing in that department?
well, the communications went up significantly because of the increased operational costs with the tower upgrades.
I don't recall hearing that when it was pitched to us.
Yeah,
it wasn't necessary, but that should have been clear.
Monterey County board meetings go on, so we have to ask 50 million questions.
Yeah,
Like you said earlier, if you don't ask the right question, you won't get an answer.
Whoa,
You gotta drag an answer out of somebody.
Sheriff's.
Is there anything in their budget that's not mandated?
The level of staffing, but you guys still don't have any control over that, the sheriff.
Right. Different committee.
Well, and it's not necessarily even committee, it's, the sheriff determines the staffing needs.
he can hire 12 deputies if he wants to, and the county's gonna.
Without
pay
the
for it.
oversight's approval?
So.
No way.
So I listened to a thing at Wisconsin Counties Association about like the constitutional.
That's messed up.
He can choose to have 100,000 deputies if he wants, but we control the budget, we don't have to give money for that, so if he wants to pay them nothing, you know, so there is, you can't control
Do we?
a department head.
Do we? The longer I'm on this
The
committee, I
constitutional
wonder
elected.
what we really control and what we don't. Cause it just seems like they just spend more and we just gotta make it up at the end of the year. There's no bite to our bark. That's what it feels like sometimes. I'll just run over. You guys will take care of it. Figure out where it's gonna come from.
But that's not just the sheriff's department.
No, right, it's not.
So jail budget is the next one here. So they added in, potential retirement, the post-employment healthcare. So that would be the funding of their sick leave balances. The sheriff's department, the deputies, investigators, jailers, jail captain, chief deputy are allowed to accumulate up to 20 hours of sick time. And then when they retire or quit at retirement age, we pay 75% of that balance into a post-employment benefit. So this is just the retirement
That goes into an HSA.
for one person, yep, HRA.
And what do we say is retirement age?
Well, the way their contract is written, it just says, eligible under WRS. In the employee handbook, it says retires under WRS, so
Which means what?
that means that like, if it's a general employee that's covered under an employee handbook, we don't fund this until I can see that they applied for retirement under WRS. With the sheriff's department, they just have to meet that age requirement, which is 50 for them.
50?
I think for the protected. It depends on when they went into
Yeah,
the program, but
yeah.
it might even be 45 for some deputies.
What's that? 16,000 for?
16,000?
Where did it come from all of a sudden?
Oh, jail monthly charge, 911 monthly charge.
Yeah, we just moved, that wasn't a different budget prior.
Okay.
That budget stayed the same, they moved 16,000.
They did reduce the prisoner meals with having inmates housed out of county.
That's really offset by room and board, Chippewa County.
We don't have any contracts with our other counties, is that a set rate, or is this kind of like a free-for-all, whatever they charge us, they charge us? Because I was talking to several other chairmen at the WCA, and we were talking about this, it's kind of a subject we came in circle. And 3 out of the 5 of us, they have contracts with other counties set. Where it's not a free-for-all, like if we send it to Barron and Chippewa, and we pay whatever they say.
I think most of them are all the same, aren't most of them Chippewa?
Some of them are
it's kind of based on how much occupancy you have in checkbook, right?
Right, so the problem with signing a contract, and again, Jamie and I are not the sheriff's department, so if you want a better answer, you're gonna have to call them. But part of the problem with signing a contract is that if you say, hey Chippewa, we're gonna have 10 inmates with you every month, you're paying for 10 inmates, whether you have 10 or 1 or none. So that's part of the gamble you take.
It's a gamble, but you know what that cost is every month instead of playing the game like this week it's 80, this week or next week it's 70, or that, you're gonna get, they can set their own rate.
I think a lot of the fluctuation in the cost is coming from the transport though, not the housing.
And they have to have those beds available for, you have to have reserved too. So like, they may not be willing to allow us to sign off on 10 beds, cause they can't even house all of our inmates there. Right now, we've got 1 or 2 in Barron
Yeah.
too.
Cause Chippewa.
So where's the 90,000 gonna come from this year for out of county housing? I'm sure that's gonna come in over budget.
I mean, it's part of the reason why we're gonna be over 200,000.
I don't like this Mexican standoff we're having right now with the sheriff, so that he gets into jail there, I'll put it on the record. And that's how I feel.
Yeah, I'm with you.
I'm with you too.
I feel like we're getting drugged to the finish line, and, I mean, we never said we wouldn't do it, we're just looking at different options, and now I feel like, well, now you're gonna do it. So my thought is, if we're gonna have incurred extra expenses, some of these, I get it, HHS is a different deal, there's some things that have to be done. And that department, I feel, came to the table and made an effort to help offset those expenses. I don't feel any effort was made here whatsoever.
So basically, we can sit here and look at these numbers all day, and we can't cut nothing more.
Sure we can cut it, but in the next year, we'll just be looking at an overage. Like we're gonna be looking at this year, and then we're gonna be looking like fools, because we already saw that 90,000 was coming for this year already, so why would we cut out of county housing for next year by 300?
The rest of these budgets don't really have levy, or if they do, they're minimal. It's just really the sheriff, and because the rest of these are like the grant, you know, the ATV grant, snowmobile enforcement grant. Let's see how.
Personally, I think we should cut the out of county housing down to 1.
You can do that, but my personal recommendation is you do that, and now they have no incentive to even try to stay within the budget. You know, kinda like this year, it's like, you know,
So then,
a
so then
lot
back
of the
to the
response I get
point-
is our budget is effed anyway, so.
so back to the point, then what are we here for? I mean, honestly, you might as well just say, okay, guys, just tell us what you want, we'll just pass on to the taxpayers, cause we're the ones that take the shit for it. And we're gonna take the shit for it in the paper when it's all done. And because we couldn't balance budget, but
I don't
it's
disagree with
like
you, but I'm in
one,
the same boat too.
it's,
You're in the same boat, a little, yes, there, Jamie, but we're the ones that are sitting on the real hard boat here.
Right, and I don't,
We gotta make the hard decision.
but that's why we're here.
But every time we're saying something, again, to Jim's point, we can't touch it, we can't do nothing about it, we can't do it. It's-
But isn't that what our jobs are, is to inform you on that kind of thing?
You are
Yes.
right,
So that you guys go
but-
cut all this stuff and then it's all like, ugh, what were they thinking cutting out this? It doesn't, you
So
know.
where can we cut it?
Well, you could look at their training budget, but some of their training is mandatory, and do you really wanna cut drug training from our law enforcement officers, I mean, this is a hard budget to make cuts on because of the political implications.
And
Everything's political.
one thing that they, you know, and
Well,
I
bottom
do
line
believe that
is
the
if-
canines serve their purpose, but they send someone to school for 6 to 12 weeks with their canine where they're paying overtime that entire time, whether it's they're paying the person overtime to attend the school or they're paying somebody overtime to cover their vacant shift. So, you know, yes, they have a canine fund and they do fundraising to pay for these canines, but it's the county that's paying for $100,000 worth of the training wages and everything that goes into
How
having a
many
canine.
counties have a canine?
Probably all of them.
I think all.
And we had 3, we're down to 1, but,
So what have we spent so far?
or paying them overtime for shop with a cop and
We're up
Whatever else
anticipated to be
volunteers are
90 over for the
We
year.
pay them overtime for
It's not a county, that's not county transportation.
But that was a volunteer thing.
everybody else volunteers.
Well, they're estimating,
Yes.
it went from an allowance of 6,000 appropriated to already 20 for the first 6 months. You're referring to out of county housing, right? You got that number, Jamie, from roughly how many are out of being housed out of county now?
Well, most of that out of the county stuff didn't start until like May, I believe, yeah, or there might have been at the end of April.
No.
It
It
started.
started right after it came to finance, if I remember correctly.
And jail got shut.
And the jail didn't get a second to go through at the finance meeting.
Oh, right.
But that
You're
was,
just talking numbers compared to,
That's when the out of county housing kind of started, if I recall.
Alright, so even based on that, is that 105 by year end accurate, what's gonna be spent on county housing?
See where we're at right
Because if it is, I mean, that's 7 months out of the year. Why is it gonna go to 300 if that's,
now.
at most it should be 2?
Okay. August was 17,715. That's 212,580 if I take that by 12, but I think that this also allows for medical costs for those inmates that are out of county, so we haven't had significant medical costs toted there yet, but
Yeah, so for instance, how we have a contract for our inmates, if we were housing a Price County inmate, that Price County inmate does not fall under our contract. So all of those costs would then be billed to Price County outside of Price County's contract.
But we're not housing any
No, I'm just
else's,
saying,
right?
okay, so reverse what I said, we're housing in Price County, our inmates are not covered under Price County's contract. Or our own.
So there's nothing in his budget for revenue for housing other counties' inmates, correct?
so it's, no, this is state inmate housing, so we're getting, I don't know if it's, I may be able to shed better light on that, but I don't know how that, if they're serving their sentence here or others.
And then the state pays us a daily rate, I believe.
And just for the record, the DOC never told us that we could not, or that we had to discontinue how we were housing inmates, right?
The DOC told us to get in compliance with classifications. They did not take double bunking away, you are correct.
DOC's been saying that for 4 years, I read the reports. Maybe 5 years. So you're estimating the cost to be a little over 200 a year?
If I just take the cost from.
Average now?
Yes, but that was $16,815 to Triple County and $900 to Barron County. We don't have September's yet, and then if there's additional fees related to like their medical, I believe it would be coded there as well. The transports,
And he didn't increase his medical expenses?
where did the transfer, county transfers?
Yeah, he's got prisoner
That
medical
increased
increased by 20.
But that is not related to this, that's related to that new contract,
Oh, that we can't use on our out-of-county prisoners.
unless we bring them here to see our nurse here during their office hours and then bring them back.
So we'd have to, make them an inmate at Rusk again, and then we can.
Yeah, either we'd be paying
Yeah.
somebody overtime to transport them back and forth, or we'd be hiring an outside company to do that.
Man, we got snookered on that deal. Wow. We got so, on that medical contract deal. An extra for something that we're only using probably half of what we did, what we thought we were gonna be doing. Well, I think that out-of-county housing needs to go down to what we think it's actually gonna be.
I think so too. We should be able to at least drop it to 250. I mean, that's a drop in the bucket of what we gotta do, but.
I was thinking 2.25, but I'm fine with anything in the right direction.
225.
So that's what we're looking at now.
So then, if we're gonna, that doesn't have any effect on our jail dispatcher hours then, if there's less inmates up there, right?
No, because we still have to have 3 people.
Right.
If we completely shut down our jail, we might be able to go down to 2. But then we wouldn't be able, I don't know that opening it back up again would be an option, I think. You know, if we do that, then it's no longer a jail, and if we wanted to open up again, everything would have to be brought up to code. Right now it's grandfathered in.
And that would create other expenses.
What else we got? Any other departments that are going up, that we need to look at?
It was pretty much HHS and the sheriff's department though, wasn't it?
Those were the ones that went up significantly, yes.
Well, I'll throw out the elephant in the room, everybody's waiting for it. What are we doing with the animal shelter and what's going on there?
Yeah, that full-time position is still in here. So right now, the way it's budgeted, it is, our levy is more than what our 60%. Right now, the way it's budgeted, our levy is more than 60% of the operating.
So what's the consensus of the committee here? Are we gonna fund that as a full-time position? Or, and pay more than our 60%, or are we gonna take that out of there?
I think it's a bad precedent, and if I remember what Rich told us, he said that was bad. I recall, don't hold me exactly to his words, but I thought he said that we really shouldn't do that.
And why do we need the other full-time position?
If you want to keep the animal shelter operating, you're going to need somebody else to help Dawn.
So what hours?
She's burned out.
What hours are they supposedly want this other full-time position work? Because Dawn's there 7:30 to 3:30, and then you got part-time H2. I mean, you got 3 people standing right there in
They're only there during the day. Their hours are limited. They have 1 of the 3 works
they
the
all
weekends.
They all work the same hours. Why do they not break that up differently?
we're waiting to hear the city council met and did something that we don't know about. We have not gotten a letter from them, so we can't make any decisions on, are they pulling out entirely? What are they doing? It's been it's almost 2 weeks since the city council, they've not sent a letter.
I think the question was, why are we not breaking up the, why are we doing 3 people on at the same time and not having a different time?
You got 2 people that come in at 8 to 2, the other one works at 7:30 to 3:30. So why couldn't somebody come in at,
7:30 to 1:30 and then,
yeah,
and then,
we're not staggering our hours efficiently.
Everybody, the animals have to be cleaned and fed, starting right away in the morning.
Right.
And that, you can stagger them a little bit, but again, if you want more hours and stuff like that, you cannot have, and Dawn has to go out. We have one part-time person there who's not trained in a lot of the stuff. We've got nobody there, they will have to shut down.
So then how do they get fed during the holidays? Cause according to the schedule,
They're there.
that's, huh?
I just
They don't get fed?
No,
Cause
they're
Dawn's
there.
off.
No,
It says she's off on the calendar.
yeah, but that's for the part-time help. There's somebody there every
Okay, now
single
you're
day,
contradicting
365 days.
But now you're contradicting yourself, Terry.
No,
Because you're saying the place can't run without her there with the part-time employees. But now all
no,
of a
no,
sudden
I
they-
didn't say that.
Then
for-
why can't they be
for-
staggered? So we're only feeding the animals from 8 to 2 during the day, and the other, oh shit, I can't even think anymore. The other 18 hours, they get no care?
The animals are fed every day, 365 days a year.
I know
The
they
shelter
are,
had-
but
they
this
have-
makes no sense.
You can stagger it a little bit, but if you have one person, if Dawn has to go out and pick up a stray animal, you've got one person that means the public really can't come in, they can't take care of the other phone calls, they can't do anything, cause you've only got one
What's our
person.
open hours at the animal shelter that the public can come in there?
It's 10 to 2, and then every other Saturday.
10 to 2, Monday through Friday.
No, Monday, Wednesday, Friday.
Oh.
But
So
you're misconstruing that again. The animal shelter is closed. If somebody shows up, they let them in. And most people call and make appointments to come in. So when you're saying that you've gotta be open so many hours for this and that, you can't get in,
No,
that's
we're
not
we're
true.
talking about the labor. You said people gotta be there so that Dawn can do something when you're open, but then you're saying you're not open anyways.
They're open to the public, but they're there. So if somebody shows up and wants to come in and look at a dog or do it, they're scheduling all their time around that.
You make this department sound like it's the whole courthouse.
Well, okay.
I
So-
mean, it's like the thought process in this department, I never remember having these problems before. There was volunteers, there was this and that, and then all of a sudden I hear county was been doing everything wrong up to this point, everything was illegal, we all should be going to jail or whatever else was out there, so, and now all of a sudden, personnel's first recommendation to you guys was to come in with some more part-time. You were very adamant you had to have another full-time. But I'm just lost here because you got 3 part-time, all scheduled at the same time. I look at the schedule and I just smacked myself in the forehead a minute ago on camera because I'm like, this makes no sense to me. Nobody'd run a store like this or any type of business. And I don't understand why we have to be supervised. I mean, I can see having 2 people on, whatever, but.
You have to have at least 2 people there because if they, one.
But I don't know how they're getting fed from 2 in the afternoon and cared for till 8 in the morning. According to the schedule.
That's a good question.
Okay, 3:30.
3:30.
Dawn's scheduled till 3:30. So 3:30 till 8 the next morning. What about that time?
Well, when the animal shelter's closed and nobody's there, the animals are by themselves.
My point exactly. So they're not getting walked. They're on their own. I'm assuming self-feeders, water, feed, whatever. So I don't understand why these hours aren't staggered a little bit.
They can stagger them more, but
And the other thing is this spay and neuter thing. I remember when you're talking about, I was thinking about this after we had the last meeting. You guys running all these animals to Neilsville. If I remember right, they never had to do that. They didn't have to be spayed and neutered. We had the clinics and stuff, which worked very well, but they didn't have to be in order for somebody to adopt them, right?
and that's why you
So
have
when
all
did that
these
change?
problems. They go to Neilsville because the vets here cannot take care of them.
Okay,
You cannot get
you
into
guys
it.
made it, I'm getting way up basic, but this is so frustrating, cause you guys are like trying to manage all the animals in the whole county with this whole thing. I mean, I almost get the impression if you guys could, if you could get what you wanted out there, the animal shelter would be bigger than the courthouse. That's the impression I get, because I think you wanna pick up everything that's running along the road. Sometimes cats get run over. And it's just God's will.
What's that
So are
gonna do
you
with the
saying that
animals?
because we don't have enough people out there picking up loose animals, that would've never happened? I mean, it's just,
I'm not following your point.
it's life. We can't pick up every animal out there, and I feel like that's what you guys are trying to do. That's where I'm going with this.
Let's work it back in.
Okay, so
Question.
it seems like the consensus here is we don't need a budget for that, position.
So, move it back to part-time.
Does that seem, John?
The position,
I think maybe we need to approach it more,
do we even need it?
the city says they're only gonna pay 60%, we have to get that budget, or $60,000, we need to get that budget down.
To match the six, what they're gonna put in.
We don't know what the city is going to pay, we haven't
Well, right
gotten a
now,
letter.
this is right now what we know.
That's what I was informed of by
Base it
the
on
city.
This is based on
Based on the county, we need to follow our side of it. I'm not gonna worry about the city right now. Let's just follow our side of what we're supposed to do. And if the city comes to the table, we can address it, I'm assuming at that point in time. Well, point is do we need the full-time, or do we need the part-time? Do we need it at all? Is that a question here?
Well, back to the fact that we're restricted by council not to be going past, so I don't know how we can fund the extra full-time position even if we wanted to.
What's it cost us at a part-time?
Just a sec, let me. Cause this is what the Department of Animal Control Committee is requesting, and so I'll link to the same thing, so I'm gonna copy and paste these values. So that is shown in the record. So it would be adding another. So then it would reduce that, but let me, so then, just see if that's within our, so expenditures. That minus the receipts and minus the donations, minus the tags. Times our 60% is 125. Oh, and then I need to take that minus the transfer from dog license. So that would put our levy at 89,844. Does that seem, did that calculation right, Terry? I took the total expenses.
Well, you took out
Wait, did that come out?
did you
No, it
take-
didn't. Hold on.
Because if you're gonna take out, you're taking out half of a person. And
Yeah,
then
for
you're
some
taking
reason
out all the
this
fringe.
didn't pull in here, hold on.
Half a person within the benefits that would come with making somebody part-time to full-time.
Oh, hold on, I need to link these down. Cause it was linked to. Sorry, it's just.
So the way you're doing this, there's still gonna be 3 part-time people?
Yes, and that's what we have right now. If they wanted to reduce that, that would have to come through personnel. So, okay, based on this calculation, our levy for the 60% would be at 57,715, so we're still technically over.
I thought the city was going to go to fair share at 60 originally, if they're still willing to do that. And then ours would be.
For 1 year, that,
Right,
Ours
so
would
that's
be
why that
90.
60,000 is put in here, so then like, so, you know, in order to,
So ours is 93, you're saying?
so, you know, the city would have to put another $2,274 in to make ours actually balance out to the 60%. Cause this 57,715, well, yeah, along with the dog license fees that we collect. Yeah, that's like water dripping in the, probably that's not right above John's head.
Yeah.
That's the bathroom.
From the jail.
That's a jail. I'd probably move.
It could come crashing down, like,
It'll soak it up for a little while, get down, you got me worried about.
so,
So if we did that, we could ask the city if they'd be willing to do that amount. There'd be a different approach to coming at them saying, we're gonna fund an extra position and you're gonna pay for it. They might work with us on that, I don't know. I guess I haven't been involved in negotiations.
so then that puts our bottom line here, so that dropped it quite a bit.
I think we should, again, I think the county should be the right thing to do what we normally do as a contract accordingly. We're not, you know, if the city can come up with maybe, what, 2,000?
So should I change that 60,000 to be like a 40% calculation then? I mean, but,
That would be a fair number to give to them.
And it would be a fair number.
so, okay,
And I would hope that they would appreciate the fact that we looked at this.
That's just
oh, yeah,
Let me call maintenance. Somebody's gotta be called.
Oh, it's slowing down, John.
In a garbage box?
It's not come through the tile yet.
But at least if they could pop the tile, they could maybe see where the water is leaking from.
okay, so,
Hey, it's Connie. There's water dripping in here from the bathroom upstairs. Thank you.
it drops it, right?
And that puts the city's share at
mind that the city does not pay us any of the dog license fees that they collect.
I thought they were supposed to.
They are, but they don't. But in our contract, it says that we would give them credit for those fees anyway. So they're the ones that aren't following state statute. I mean, the calculation comes out to be the same in the long run, but by state statute, they're to turn that over here and for the dog license fees, but. So this isn't, straight up levy that the city is contributing. Some of it is, but not all of it.
So the city has same rates on license fees, or?
Yeah, so we increased
They
ours
match
for
ours?
2025.
Then they
So if-
turn over some to the state.
In all reality, they're gonna be paying less out of levy in 2025 than they even did for 2024 because of the increase in those rates.
Right.
At this calculation.
Okay, I see what you mean. So they're saying they're turning over the license fees, but that's
they're not.
included in the
Yeah.
60 that they said. Okay.
I think we brought that to their attention,
Semantics.
just all procedure might help here.
I don't have any wording on that, but.
Well, I think that's probably a more fair ask, if we ask them for that, I think that, I don't know, I think it's more fair than what we brought them before. Like, I would've said no before if I were them.
Go down the wall.
Oh, it is, yeah, John, you're gonna get one.
Put your water cup over there to fill it up.
Okay, so
Put your water cup over there to fill it up.
now we're at 1,650,000.
It'll be filtered.
Had to be filtered. Okay,
Are we done with the animal shelter one then?
I think so.
Yeah, I think all the beef out of the road.
So, well, we can go through, I mean, this is the levy, all the amounts in this column here are what the levy ask is for 2025, and this column here is the increase or decrease over the prior year. So, I don't know if you guys wanna scroll through it in this way and decide if you wanna look at any other budgets.
What does, I remember a couple years ago they did furlough days. What does that save the county per day? Do you have any idea?
Well, hold on a second here. Do a quick calculation. Just gonna do it based on full-time people.
It hasn't reached the carpet yet, no.
That is worse. Oh, don't touch
It's
it.
way down the wall.
We gotta have gloves on, guys.
You can tell it leaks here, we can see the streaks.
So if you did it for full-time, the general employees, like the ones that are covered under the wage study, it would be approximately just under $26,000
Per day.
per day. But you really can't do that for the salaried people.
What was the total again?
Approximately 26,000.
A day?
Yeah, but that does include the salaried people.
does include?
It does, cause I just,
Oh.
you know, I was using that same spreadsheet that I used for the potential wage increases. When you really, because if they work it all during that week, you have to pay them for the full week.
Huh?
For a salaried person.
That's federal law.
If they work one day, we have to pay them for the full
If
week.
they work 1 minute of the week, you have to pay them for the whole week.
For who?
Salaried.
Oh,
You
okay.
can force them to use leave balances, which in this case wouldn't help us, but you cannot deduct their pay. So
But,
if they were out of vacation time, you cannot deduct their pay.
but everybody's salary is figured on a 38.75 hour week. So they're still considered hourly.
Nope, they're classified as exempt.
Our salary is based on a 38.75
So what you
hours.
need to do is cut
Or some of our
the
salaries.
wages for salary 10%, and then just give them a bonus based on which hours we didn't cut.
We cut theirs by 10%, and still get to come to work and not take furlough days, they're coming out ahead. I'm going with Phil's lead here. I mean, he muddied the water really well, right off the get-go, but I'm hoping he makes it.
That would be one way to do it.
I honestly didn't hear what you
If
first
you
said.
cut the salary, because you can always, if they don't take that many, furlough days, let's say middle of the year, we decide we have all kinds of budget surplus, you can give them a bonus.
Well, here's another idea, so if we're gonna give a COLA,
Positions and furloughing other people are.
if we're gonna give a COLA with benefits at 2% costs us 250,000, so if we take 2% off, we should be able to save 250,000. To your point.
So you're talking about taking the scale and shifting it backwards?
No, just on salary, because the other ones we can
So
furlough.
you have to do more work for less money.
Now, what are you taking off of all of our plates?
So what do the furlough people do? They are not, you're taking away from their workload because they came in one last day? Or
Well,
the people that-
like in my department, I would have to
Or the
pick up that
positions that we're
workload.
cutting, they're not necessary, so the next guy has to pick up extra work because of them? I mean, no matter which way you look at it, it's just, you know, I get that you guys are more affected by the salary portion, but everybody's got a part to play, no matter how we do it. It's just that these people over here are the affected ones, and they're not in the room or whatever.
Oh, I didn't say you can't furlough salaried people, you just would need to furlough salaried people for the entire week. Yeah, I'm not saying you
That'd
can't
save more
furlough.
money.
Yeah, so you would just have no department heads for a week at a time.
We can stagger it.
Since I took this position, I've not been able to take off a full week without having to work during my week off. I'm just being honest, I have PTO that I can't
Right, and
use
if
because
there's
I
an
can't
emergency,
take the time off.
we cannot call, like, if the forest administrator is out for that week and there's an emergency, we by law cannot call him and essentially force him to work and not pay him. That is also illegal. So you will be saying goodbye to your department head, seriously, no contact for an entire week.
I'm getting the impression that no one likes our idea, Phil.
I would
just-
love to take a whole
We are
week off
saying,
and
yeah,
not
I would
have to do
take
it.
a
They don't like it when we don't have
And I-
company this.
And I know Dawn
Or
is
furlough
in the same
days.
problem.
Yeah,
Connie, have you,
yeah, just operationally, I think that is not a great idea.
and I wouldn't wanna do that to my staff either, cause I don't wanna say, well, you can't call me with questions.
So we're gonna recommend to personnel then that we cut positions?
We're not recommending anything to personnel.
Well, how do we get the budget balance?
We go to personnel and we say, finance told us to meet with all the departments, the budget still isn't balanced. Do you want to consider position readjustments? And if personnel says, nope, then we're pulling 1.6 whatever out of the general fund. That's where we're at right now.
Oh, then we're overthinking this whole process, we might as well just adjourn and go home.
Oh, shit.
I'm done. Personnel's gonna have to meet 4 times,
Are you making a motion?
get that all gone through. Stop it.
Honestly, honestly, at this point, I don't like it at all, I'm not comfortable with it, but I don't know what else we can do besides put that money into use of fund balance. And, you know, if personnel thinks that, you know, wage increases are important, then they're gonna have to figure out positions maybe to cut to be able to balance, or, you know, not necessarily positions or restructuring or whatever, to be able to afford, but,
So what would that do to our fund balance?
so you have the financial statements in front of you from 2023. You turn to page 16,
Which one?
the financial statements, that one, the bigger one.
Page 18.
Careful,
16, sorry.
careful when you open that up, if I'm building up.
Jimson.
Open the one next to
He
it.
was pretty up. So our
Tip it
unassigned
towards
fund
John.
balance at the end of 2023 was just under $17 million. Okay? We are,
You said page 18?
page 16, the general fund, unassigned fund balance, just under $17 million, at the bottom. $16,927,279,
Okay.
okay?
Yep.
Right now, for 2024, our year-end projection, we had budgeted to utilize $2.2 million from our general fund balance. And then it's also looking like there's gonna be another $934 that we need to come up with, okay? So I take that 2.2, and I add in this 933, so that's 3,153,116.17. So we take that
13.8.
Yep, so we've got 13.8 left in our general fund unreserved. If you open up,
What's a good percentage for the county?
so we wanna have at least a 25% reserve, which is a 90-day operating reserve. So. It's already in our financials here, but, so actually, you know, we had a very healthy fund balance at the end of 2023, but we had a lot of anomalies in 2023 as well. So, 25% of our 2023 expenditures, so our 2023 expenditures was 16,919,978. Take that times 0.25. 4.2 million, we need to at least, the very minimum, but when bond rating agencies look at us, they look at what we've budgeted to use out of reserve, what we've had to use out of reserve, so 2024 is gonna look really bad to them, cause we did budget to use it, so if it was budgeted, okay, they wanna know why we budgeted for it, understand that purpose, we can explain that. But then using almost another $1 million out of the fund balance that wasn't budgeted, that's not gonna look good. So, you know, we can explain some of that away, as far as like what was budgeted, you know, we didn't bond, until later in 2024. And we, had some revenues in 2023 that we spent then in 2024, specifically related to some of the clinic purchase, the, asbestos abatement and demolition, some of that was in 2024, the Lake Avenue new clinic purchase, but, you know, we also had budgeted for the $500,000 to use out of fund balance for the jail design, because, we did move forward with that, and so that will, we can kind of explain that away, if the purpose of this borrowing is to move forward with that jail project, and depending on the timeline, we maybe could reimburse ourselves out of future borrowings for that. And then another $500,000 was for highway, cause we transferred $500,000 into their equipment fund in 2020. So, we can explain away a lot of that, but for 2025, I mean, we can explain some of it with the out of county, housing, if we're moving forward with the jail project, that's not going to be an ongoing thing. The high cost placements with HHS, like, it's out of our control, we're doing everything we can to mitigate it. You know, we've had other years where we've had return to the general fund from what was budgeted for HHS because we didn't have the placements, the high cost placements that we had kind of budgeted for. But the rest of it, like, we need a plan in place so this doesn't continue to happen.
Well, and the other thing is, we go and borrow money, we're gonna have to budget for those repayments too. Going forward.
Well, yeah, but we go over the levy for that.
So we.
I just
the
know-
Taxpayers, but.
I just know though, what I'm
Right, but
getting at
that's not-
there's always some fees that come through I've never seen it yet. Where there's, oh, we forgot about this, oh, well, we didn't anticipate this, there's always some fees the county ends up picking up. Oh, we need another person now, oh, we got the new building built, but we need this. Happens all the time, right? I mean, you're told you don't, and then you end up having to.
Or just weren't made aware of it. Oh, well, nobody specifically asked if it was gonna cost extra money. On this exact, if you didn't ask this exact question about this exact part of it, we didn't volunteer that information.
Well, and I'll tell you too, that even if we do move forward with this new jail, our operating costs are going to increase with that too, so we're not gonna just completely cut out that
There's nobody up there.
$300,000. Because it's gonna be a bigger space, it's gonna cost more to heat and maintain, and we want to maintain it so that we don't end up with
Stop
something that's
venting the
probably-
dryer outside, leave it, let it come back into the building, it'll help with heat.
And humidity in the winter time.
I don't know when I can talk stupid sometimes, just makes me say
But, I mean, this is going to be a long-term problem, and so there's some stuff that we can do short-term to fix it, but we really need to.
Well, the big problem is, even if we start these projects, you're looking at 2-3 years before it's gonna quit impacting the budget.
And it sounds like the projects will cost us more money anyways for operating and everything else, so it's just gonna add to the problem.
But if we're gonna keep digging a hole,
We'd be
I'm gonna have
investing in
no choice.
ourselves, though, we'd be investing that money into our own facilities rather than just sending $300,000 or $225,000 for out-of-county placements, we have nothing to show for that.
If that is chosen to be done with the new jail, that could be chosen to be done then too. I mean, there's nothing the county board can decide on.
But there are ways to make money, and if we can get the highway department to start getting some of these townships and counties back, we can make money back
Even
there.
fix up the highway shop.
Forestry the same way, if we can get the wood moved and start selling on, there are other ways to make the money, but it sucks right now.
or do you have to find a highway commissioner?
Other than
You might have to
But,
take the
I mean, to
job.
put it in perspective too, our shared revenue went up $36,000 for 2025 over 2024. Fortunately, it went up, but, you know, the costs alone for the increased operating costs with that new tower went up like almost $60,000 per year, so. And then you wanted, you know, everything goes up.
So we
Our levy
started
is that
out,
we have to find other sources, or we have to make cuts.
so we started out here, if I remember correctly, 2.7 million over last year's levy. And where did those all kind of come from?
Like-
Because we got Health and Human Services down to 6 something.
Yeah.
So there's
The
1.0
sheriff's department went up
or 2.1.
700,000.
Sheriff's Department's going up an estimated 700,000. And where did those all come from? Just the out of county housing and stuff, or
And
and wage increases? So where's the rest coming? That's is it wage increases?
so
Is it health
like-
insurance
like
increases?
circuit court, that was probably mostly wage increases, but also they have fluctuations from year to year with their, jury and that kind of thing. You know, sometimes it's just something as little as a health insurance plan changing, you know, in some of these smaller budgets.
But we had that covered. We had health insurance covered, and then we
Yes,
took
but
out of
if
the
somebody
fund
went
for
from,
the
say, a single
HSAs.
plan to a single plus one plan, that doubles our cost.
But I thought we always
Don't
budget
know.
for the highest plan.
When it's a vacant position.
For a new person.
But it could be an existing person that, hey, they had a baby, they got married, or whatever, that,
Right, or for instance, the treasurer, right, that was one of the bigger increases because a new treasurer is coming in and we don't know what that person will take.
true health insurance.
What she'll take from
Yeah, sorry.
So the cost allocations, that amount could help us a little bit, but I have no idea what those numbers are gonna come in at. Without that plan in, and that may or may not help us depending on the budget.
What was the 57,000 increase of the library?
So that was, they budgeted for some of the capital stuff in there, and they may not need that, but the library goes over the levy limit. That part of it does. For the local, there's
Yeah,
There's three
it's
different
funded
parts
differently.
to our library, so part of our library budget here, part of it is the city county amount, and that amount just comes straight from the city. They set the budget, they handle the operating, you know, they're, all the library employees are city employees, we have nothing to do with that, kinda like the animal shelter, they're county employees. And then there's assessments, where if some of our residents go visit libraries in adjoining counties, we have to pay 70% of the cost of circulation, and that's a year, well, actually 2 years, like technically, because we pay it January of 2025, related to their 2023 report.
So get all your friends in Barron County to check out a whole bunch of books on ladies, but that'll
It's not gonna help us, it'll help out the ladies in the library, but, I mean, I guess it would technically reduce the amount that we have to contribute towards it, but that doesn't fix our bottom line, because the library amount goes over and above our levy limit. So, there's certain things.
So basically, you can levy more based on the library budget.
Correct, along with ambulance too, and that's why, you know, we don't push as hard with that one. And then the bridge and culvert with highway goes over, so it's just a portion of the highway.
Okay. So we're not under the constraint of the only increase?
Correct.
Okay.
So that's why it's like, you know, we can look at it, but that doesn't help the problem at hand.
Got it, okay. So explaining, I'm sure you've mentioned it, under human services, it's 319,000. And then you've got the North not carry the levy.
Yeah, and so that's that kind of catch-all budget. And the 255.4, that's the catch-all, but also like the adult services is in there. And so in that specific budget is where some of those high-cost placements are. So that's why it does have to carry that, yeah.
But down below, you've got 188.8, and that's
That's where the
labeled out
children
of
is.
home place.
Yep, so that, the services, that's the adult services placement.
Okay.
And then there's the children and family. We have 3 very high-cost placements right now.
Okay, I see. All right,
No, I mean, they have a lot of different budgets, they're
yeah.
good questions.
Well, the services one, but yeah, you got behind should not carry levy.
Yes, and it historically hadn't, but since we're utilizing that full fund balance, that $200,000 of their fund balance reserve, that's why we have to put levy into it. And that 255.4, that's their catch-all budget, but that also carries their adult services budget.
And that's mandatory services?
Yes.
So all we can do is.
Yeah, that
cross
should
our
not carry
fingers and-
levy, that was a prior note that Kinsey or Rosemary or somebody had, and I think that was because they had that fund balance in there, but when I first came on, there was a year or two where Health and Human Services was returning like $600,000 of levy back to the general fund that had been budgeted because they kept their costs well under control, but since it seems like they've had to add more social workers, their social workers are
way overworked. My sister was a youth justice social worker and, they added another one. And because there was just so many cases, like the mental health is a serious problem, like, you know.
Lack of providers.
So basically, out of all the budgets we went through and looked at, we're kind of at the end of our cutting. Anything else out? So kind of at a standstill.
Yeah, in terms of
What-
operating, Jamie and I have discussed this to death, we don't really think there's any other cuts for operating.
I think we've all kind of diligently picked and pulled and twisted on it.
So if we're in the same spot here next year, then what are we gonna do?
I think we want to do everything to not, you know, whether that's, you know, thinking long and hard about what positions need to be filled, but based on, like, you know, yeah, Ashley can speak to it, but their discussions with departments is that even if positions do become vacant, they need them.
So like Jamie said, I think both of us would feel more comfortable taking this from the general fund if we had a plan in place. But right now, it seems like the board flies by the seat of their pants. So what Jamie and I mean by that is, if our construction committee can make headway on moving forward with the jail, then Jamie and I could explain when we go through our bond rating call that,
Which is
hey,
Whenever we bond on this.
if we bond.
And actually 2 this year though.
Right, we could say, hey, we realize we pulled a lot from the general fund. That is because we had to house out of county to be in compliance with classifications, but here, look at now, we're bonding to build this jail, which will lower the impact to the general fund in the coming years by this much.
$1.7 million.
I didn't hear what you said.
That's not $1.7 million though.
Okay, I'm not done talking. Also, if we look at our highway department, which should be profitable, which should be self-sustaining, if we can get some help for our highway department and start turning that around, then we would have revenue. Do you know that some counties don't bond for their road projects? Wouldn't you like to get to that point?
I've been saying we should do something with highway.
Great, so help us invest in that department and turning it around, and then that would be another draw off of the operating budget. So if you guys can help us have vision for the future, pulling this from the general fund isn't gonna leave a rock in all of our stomachs because we're afraid it's gonna happen again next year because we didn't plan. Nick also has ideas for increasing revenue in his department.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yep, increasing fees, he's working on getting his wetland delineation like certification, and he believes that we could charge between $2,000 and $3,000 for him to do that.
That's a great idea in her department.
Do some
Yep.
of the stuff before
I increased my
a
marriage
wetland delineator.
license, and I would.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you, Phil.
What about the notary?
We can charge for notary as well. We do a lot of it. As we should be.
People are
because
willing to pay for it.
People are willing, they ask us why we're not charging. There's a couple things that we can do in there as well.
What's the average charge for motors?
$5 to $10.
If you charge $5,
Every time you come.
I mean, we're doing, that takes a lot of our time. It really does.
Right, what are you saying?
Would Nick be able to do the wetland delineation for forestry? If he gets that when they need somebody,
I would guess so, but I would have to ask him.
there'd be cost savings there too.
Yes.
I don't know how often, or maybe it's,
Is it cost?
maybe it's something the DNR donates to, I
I
guess,
think they do.
but it would be more beneficial having somebody in-house.
I thought we just passed like a plan for the county.
The capital improvement plan.
Yeah, what are you referring to? That one was all dollar signs in it.
Maybe that's
But we we weren't even able to build all of that into our, you know, what was in our 2025 because we only have so much available.
I guess I was referring, Jim, to like a vision for the county, like where are we going?
When the vision's only as good as the taxpayers and the people on the board changes every 2 years.
We also really need to start investing a lot more in economic development, because that's gonna grow your tax base. You know, if we really put our investment there, economic development, people get more jobs here, people building houses, that will increase our revenue in itself, besides for making the life of everybody.
Except if those buildings are in TIF districts where we don't get any of that revenue from.
Well, not only that, we've got,
Overflow, so, but
we've got property in Tony that can be generating more revenue than it is.
Well, that, we're gonna get some rent off of that. How about that yard?
11,000 a quarter.
But imagine
That'll
a
bring in
business
like
there
the-
that hires people, that build houses, that gets on the tax roll themselves.
That Wordspaw was a really good guy to talk to about that kind of stuff. He did give me some literature on that, and I was really interested because that's what he says, like Barron County is really getting, you know, they're grabbing a hold of all these grants, and we're not doing that. And he showed me some of them. There's one that's due next week. It's like, man, if we would've got a hold of that, but we just didn't.
Doesn't Carolyn specialize in grants?
Mostly road housing.
But she's good at writing them.
Why can't we utilize, if she's willing, utilize her more?
We would have to pay for it and,
But if
you know, we
if
have a lot more
pay a
money freed up in our
percentage-
mining funds that we could utilize to pay for that if it wasn't tied up in.
I think some places do a percentage on,
Why can't we use it?
Because a lot of it's tied up for paying, you know, losses in joint management properties.
But there's 910,000 there. Why wouldn't we take part of it and use it for economic development? In that county? He's asking you that question because I'm curious.
yeah, what is the parameters on that again? The mining fund, it's economic development, but it doesn't all have to go through joint management. You
No,
don't use-
no. No, it's just like, you know, funding a full-time position out of there. It's not, you know,
We should use it for the Purveyor building.
well then, but then the revenues would have to go back into that. So this, you know, the revenues from the rent and that Oakley building are helping offset the
Probably
money that
would've
we have
went in
to
there
cut here.
quicker than what we get out of the buildings we manage now. Sorry, Brian, no offense.
But I mean, that's
Yeah.
part of our, you know, that's reducing the levy impact.
And there's no levy in those joint management buildings up there, that was another thing
No.
I wanted to discuss.
No.
And we can't use that joint economic development money anywhere to help offset our budget.
Potentially, but I'd have to do some more research. You know, if we didn't have so much maintenance time devoted to all these other properties, they could be spending more time doing preventative maintenance or, you know, being more fully utilized in the properties that are mandated, that we do need to maintain.
And maintenance gets reimbursed for that time they put in out of that budget?
Yes, yes. But think about how much time is spent just traveling between all of these different properties, between the airport and the fairgrounds and Trails End, and all of the joint management properties, the library, the animal shelter, all of, you know, it's, and they go to each of those places every day.
To Phil's point, maybe we've been going about this all wrong with these joint management buildings. Let somebody else own them and manage them and promote them.
What do you think we've been talking about all
Well,
the
I
time?
know we talked about it once before, but I wanted to bring it up again, but you didn't have to call me out, I was trying to be more.
He needed to call you out.
Oh, that's only fair, he should. But, I mean, let somebody else, I think I said it before, or somebody else here said it before, take over this stuff and promote the city and promote the buildings, and I don't think government should be involved in this crap.
No, I don't, to get a business going or whatever, if they need some help or whatever, but to own a building and rent it out, being landlords just is.
Yeah, we should not be in the landlord business. And I'm wondering if that's what that fund,
Unless Rich and I negotiate it and then we come out pretty good.
That remark was made from the day I get on, I
I will say you did a great job there.
Thank you. We retained all those jobs.
Yeah.
They will buy it within 5 years and we are.
Yeah, so we're not really the landlord, we're the
That
banker.
was-
Yeah, exactly, we're the financier.
That was the most important thing to the community, was saving those jobs,
Yes,
saving
exactly.
everything, and that was,
Yeah.
I don't remember a board meeting where
More than
we had
that.
applause afterwards.
And tears of joy,
And
yeah.
tears of joy,
Yeah,
yeah.
that's great.
Good job, Ashley. Yeah. And John.
But seriously, this board should be proud that you guys did that. That was an amazing thing for our community.
Okay, let's go back and handle the ones that are actually costing us money.
so you think there's some ideas to
No, I'm
help,
trying to be sweet, and you're like, no, we gotta be.
you think the possibility of offsetting something here,
In the future, yes.
but not this year? Not for 25?
We can start working towards it, but for budget purposes, I don't think we can bank on it. I think, you know,
That should be part of our.
the oversight committees really need to be directed to come up with ideas for their departments to, you know,
Make
the
money.
examples are the highway, you know, really figuring out how to get these other jobs.
Let us
Possibly a
brainstorm.
wheel tax, I don't know all of the situation on that, but, you know,
Where
we
did you
could,
come up with wheel tax? That's kind of a new.
a lot
Oh,
of
that's
companies do that.
really popular in Minnesota.
It's like an extra
Oh,
10 or 20 bucks added on to your
Yeah.
vehicle registration, and that goes
Yeah.
towards the roads.
What's that?
I said there's a
Maintaining the roads.
a reason you moved out of Minnesota, probably.
Cause all the
wheel tax.
taxes, yeah,
Well,
exactly.
and I think it'd be a great thing to do, because not everybody pays property taxes in Rusk County, but if they live in Rusk County, they have to license their vehicles. So at least then they're paying something towards the maintenance of those roads.
A village tax is it's a separate standalone charge.
That has tried to go through in other places and it fell on its face.
So I mean, it's just
I know.
things to think about, you know, that,
We make the news, I think we'd be the first time in the state.
what?
No, that's a.
Are there any
Little wheel tax.
Chippewa County has a wheel tax.
I
Decision.
thought it failed.
I think we're approaching this wrong, if we're looking at.
Hey, let's do
ways to
something
get
more
taxes.
intensive, let's go to 6.5%
We need to
sales
approach
tax.
is
You have a.
economic development and what we're cutting. I don't think raising taxes all over the place is helping.
But in the economic development, what do we have in the tourism, what do we pay for our share of that?
Phil, here it comes. This is Phil.
There's no levy going in there, this is all mining funds, there's,
So that is mining funds already,
yes.
okay, that's where it was going.
Not that I wanna throw another committee out there, but we don't have any.
Oh, by all means, let's create
Tourism,
another.
visitor,
That's tourism, I'm talking economic development.
Part of it.
right, but there's people, but it's not county, yeah, it's not all county representatives on that.
No.
Well, wasn't the point of getting in the economic development side of it, would be our benefit to land out code. You're 160 acres.
Actually, how much land is out in county?
It's 162 acres.
Just
Excel runs 11 acres and that's with the spur on it, I believe.
And we get how much for that?
11,000 a quarter. And we need to redo that lease for 2025, but he let me know that they are actually interested in putting in a purchase offer.
For the whole thing or just for the?
I'd have to relook at the email.
The 11. So they wanna purchase the land that has the spur on it?
Yeah, and this would be a complex discussion for the board because there's also debt still on that land.
I need some more sugar.
Go for it.
Anybody
Which
else
one did you
need
have
more
before?
sugar?
Did you have the white one or the
Jim
pink one
needs
before?
one.
Did you have the white one or the pink one before?
Wait, what?
The pink one
We
is
should
like a
look at
berry
advertising
frost.
that more.
The
for
white one is just vanilla.
the railroad spur.
Just,
Okay, anybody else need one while I'm up?
Seeing if we could, you know, cause if we get if Excel gets it, they're not gonna have any jobs. But if we can
So,
ever get a
Dave most companies don't just rely on rail.
What if we just put it out there and see?
It is out there. Dave and I are in contact about that property a lot,
Dave is,
from Weedeck.
Well, that being said,
There's nothing else we can use money for.
I thought to do some more research, I was kind of wondering at the airport if we could use it for that, cause there is some levy going into the airport for operation costs, but I don't know. That may
Might
be
not
a good
sub-
question for Rich.
But that
That's
money
all.
one keeps getting drained for joint
Right.
buildings.
Right. That's why I think it's time to do something with it. Before it's gone altogether over nonsense.
Right, but I think we need to stop the bleed first.
we're working for cops, we're trying to do that. Wasted three guys to pull the trigger. Just pay attention to your agenda at the next meeting, all right?
Sure.
Been trying to get that ball rolling, all right? I know, we're just giving you a hard time.
It's not weeding, it's hemorrhaging.
be nice if we just somebody from joint.
It's actually not hemorrhaging.
Maybe
Well,
look at some
this
stuff.
year it is because we have two buildings that are dated.
Trying to get rid of
That
Right.
previously helped cover the losses of all the other buildings.
I've been hearing rumors about additions
buildings are
and all kinds of stuff.
With the exception of Gates. Gates the only one not in there. That's another discussion.
Poor Brian.
So, I mean,
I had to pick up Brian's pieces and put them back on him one time. Here, Brian, don't forget this part of your body.
Oh.
Proud.
I can be a punching bag.
So, I mean, the only other option, which I'm not recommending, is to increase revenues that we have budgeted. But I think that that's more of a departmental, the departments know better than anybody what's realistic for their
Right,
revenue.
that's dangerous because that's all speculation.
We don't know what interest rates are gonna do, we don't know what timber sales are gonna do, and that's the majority of our outside.
Well, we moved forestry a lot from what it was. I remember a couple of years ago, they were only budgeting like 600,000 sales or
Yeah, and
something.
they're-
And we moved it up to 900.
This year, that's another one. What do we say?
I think he thought he was gonna make $1 million. He's got it.
Thought he had $1 million up there.
Yeah, he's gonna make target,
But we're
but
not
it's
gonna-
2-3 years from now where he thinks he's gonna fall short.
Well, we've been
Wait.
coming in over budget on revenues.
No, he's thinking he's gonna be able to over.
Is that only because of carbon credits?
Oh, those are coming.
John?
We think we got our first check on that, didn't we?
I think it's in the mail yet.
Oh, you guys.
We must have sent it to Russia first.
On its way.
The wire transfer that went
I
around
got a
the
couple
world.
wood pencils and traded my carbon credits.
Hey, a very reliable source told us that those were coming, so I have faith in the past. That's gonna roll in millions of dollars this coming.
Do you wanna open up another can?
I'm not gonna get drug into that. Watch it. Got the line out there. See what's going on.
Give me enough
Your
rope,
face,
you can
face,
hang
face.
yourself.
Obviously.
Not biting.
I can't see that thing.
Okay, so this is contingency. How are we feeling about contingency?
I don't like it that well.
Usually we budget for 200 of general contingency, but we may need more since we had to cut. And then
You're talking
plus whatever wage
250,
increases,
right?
yes, so in addition, so last year we had 215,000 in contingency.
I don't know how.
And the year before we had like 750.
I'd love to give everybody a raise. I don't know how the hell we're gonna do a raise when we're at 1.65. And we're gonna put a raise on top of that. And then we're gonna raise contingency more, or we put it in there. We're back to $2 million again, pulling out general fund.
Thank you.
You're gonna be back to $2 million, or close to it. if you put something in contingency for a wage increase,
I mean, even for general contingency, I'm not sure that 200,000 is enough because we cut budgets, we forced departments to cut budgets. So, you know, some of those departments might do everything in their power to try to stay within, but still might not be able to stay within, and other departments might just not.
so you put another hundred in here, we're back to 1.75.
Yeah, we didn't gain nothing then.
And then you raise, that's 250, you're back to 2 million. I just feel like I should've went to work today.
I'm wishing I hadn't.
But I agree with Jamie, I don't like that contingency
I
being
mean, either,
that
but
low.
you know, that's. Everything's a crapshoot.
You
I
know,
mean,
without a wage
it's in
increase.
contingency or it comes out of fund balance, it's the same funding source essentially. If it's budgeted in contingency, then this committee has the authority to approve, you know, budget transfers out of contingency to a department, say, as long as that department's within 10% of their budgeted expenditures. So that's why you would budget for contingency rather than just leaving everything in fund balance.
How much did we budget last year?
We budgeted 415,000, but I believe 200 of it was general contingency, and then the other 215 was for wage increases.
And how much did we use out of contingency?
Yeah, how much?
Well, okay, so I don't typically do, so the contingency transfers until I do year-end budget closeouts. And so that'll be done in like March.
Got a feel.
So, and I've talked to other counties about it, and part of the reason, you know, budgeting for wage increases and contingency is because it's so late in the game by the time you're figuring that out. But if you budget for it in contingency, you're generally pleasantly surprised with how departments can stay within their existing budget and not need all of that transferred out of contingency to cover those wage increases.
Historically, what is it a crapshoot? It's all
Or
over the map.
wage increases or?
No, or just,
Oh, I think the 200,000 has been pretty historical for the general part of contingency.
I remember that one year was 700,
But that was,
and people were coming right and left, and
but
it was
part of that,
things.
only 200 of that was general contingency, the rest of it was wage increases and health insurance increases, and this year we did build, I
There
think
was
last year
still
that
plenty of
215 was
requests.
wage increases and health insurance increases, but we already built the health insurance increases into the individual budgets.
Yeah,
for
it just
2025.
fills on.
Because we went out for renewal early, cause we were bidding it out, so we did put that in. So, you know, I guess what you guys are looking at now is, you know, approving it, forwarding it to county board and personnel, with personnel making additional recommendations for, position, you know, cuts regarding position restructuring would.
It's the first time since I've been on the board that the finance is referring it to personnel with it being so hung out there in the wind.
I mean, we did, looking at prior years, I mean, we have budgeted for use from the general fund, this isn't the first time, but it's just, you know, we have, it's mostly operating, and so, you know, the last couple of years, we didn't borrow money, so we could justify that large fund balance.
So the real reason to send it in personnel is just to see if they have any other.
If we can make, because like the only place left to cut is wages and benefits,
so back to
Or
that,
positions.
which would be wages and benefits.
without talking specifics, because we can. Do you have some recommendations for them? And what's your confidence level that any of those will be recognized as viable and get done and come back to us with some progress in this?
My suspicion is that personnel will not recommend cutting.
nobody wants to cut anyone's positions, but I just don't see it.
That's a 4-person committee, correct?
Yes.
It's almost if you're gonna cut positions, you might as well cut services somewhere and wipe out the whole thing.
But what services can we cut?
Right. Yeah, I agree, that's the question.
So bottom line is, we're looking at 1.6, and if we don't send it to personnel, we just send it to the board.
Sounds like it has to go to personnel, doesn't it?
Why?
I don't know.
It's only if you're gonna cut positions and eliminate.
Well, do we wanna give them an opportunity to do that, or do we wanna, I mean,
You just made the comment, Jim, this is the first time you've ever seen it go to personnel.
Well, I didn't mean it that way, sorry. I can't remember if it's went to personnel or not last year, but with this much of a levy increase. anyhow, yeah.
What, I guess my thing is, if personnel does not cut anything, what are they gonna do different that we haven't already done, because they're not finance? They can't.
No.
Right, so that will end the discussion, so when Ashley Goodis and I start talking, we will say, hey, the finance committee referred this to you guys, they asked Ashley and I to meet with each department to discuss efficiencies. Is position restructuring something that this, committee is willing to entertain? And if they say no, then we move on to the next agenda item and we're pulling this from the general fund. If they say, well, let's talk about it, then we will talk about it. But if they flat out aren't interested in position eliminations, then we just move on.
You're on personnel, right, John?
Me?
Janice?
Kim, you are.
Well, I'm looking so forward to over all this again at personnel.
I can imagine.
I'm almost giddy, can't you tell?
Yeah,
The sugar.
I saw the smile. Cheshire cat, Jim.
I just don't wanna waste the personnel's time if we don't have to.
I almost think if we're going to, and maybe we can't do this, but I almost think if we're gonna send it to personnel, there needs to be a recommendation with it also.
Okay, so what you could do, I'm not saying I'm recommending this, but what you could do is say X, Y, and Z budgets seem to be fluffy, dig into them.
Or cut an additional $200,000,
True,
or
you
whatever,
could
I mean, or
put
put,
a
whatever,
dollar
put a dollar amount on it.
I almost think if we're going to do a wage increase, then that much needs to be cut at the same time.
Well, that's,
So that could be part of a motion.
What they decide to give for a wage increase, you need to find that in cuts.
We were told with the mid-year wage that department heads would come in, they'd be willing to cut their budget to make sure people got raises, and we did not see this. So I mean, you say that, and I'm sure people tell you what you wanna hear so that you pass it, but that's not gonna really change anything.
Or we leave it right the way it is, send it to personnel and say we recommend no wage increases at all, or else, I don't know how to word it.
I think it's gotta be the other way. Personally, I think we shoot ourselves in the foot by not doing wage increases next year. And it just puts us that much further behind. But I like the idea, I don't like the idea, but it's, to me, is a viable idea. To say, okay, if we're going to do this, we have to have some offsets here. And if that's in personnel cuts, well, then that's how it's gotta be.
What did we do, 1% last year?
1.25 is one step,
And then we did how many steps in July?
depended on the person's longevity. So one to,
So what was the average percent increase?
like,
So we've done 4% in the last year. roughly. Some got more, some got a little less.
But our scale
That
has
July
not
thing,
been
that
updated.
July thing, man, you might as well, I tell you what. I voted for it before it was done, but we should have done that. That was bad.
The other thing is if we send this and say, okay, you're gonna have to cut in order to, it increases, what do we do if a budget says, we're not cutting anything, and even, either way, we're gonna come over budget, no matter what budget you give us anyways, I mean.
And there have been some departments that have said that.
So they just got off free by everybody else, that's, I don't know.
That needs to be addressed in our handbook. That's been my issue all along here, Phil, is the ones that came, that you know, and did their homework.
Yeah, that's,
People out there that don't.
to me, that's part of your job. If you're not doing that, if you're willfully not doing that, then that should be a violation of the handbook. That means it should be disciplinary in
So,
my eyes.
no, you're absolutely right, and that is in our handbook, and they're not fulfilling their job descriptions, but with the way our county is structured, they report directly to their committee, and if their committee doesn't want to issue discipline,
Yeah, that's, alright. Is it coming to the committees when that happens?
sometimes it's been referred there, and.
But honestly, I'm exhausted from doing it because I come out looking like the asshole and nothing's done. So I'm spending my time, putting in extra time and effort for what?
I think sometimes, and I've even had this assumption that when it comes to the committee, finance still has the final say over it, and it's hard to say as a committee, this is where it gets tough. So it comes to you at your committee, but you don't know what the picture is for the entire county. So you don't know if it's really out of whack, or if it needs to be cut. So you trust the department head, at least I do anyhow, that they did their due diligence, and they're giving you something that's legit, and it's their needs, but then it comes to finance, and they're like,
You're supposed to trust your department heads.
you can't really do much. And then it should have been done, which I'm not knocking you guys, but then we get told now that it should have been done in committee. I guess we're gonna have to have some more direction at the committees.
Right now, the committee's the way it stands, the committees are the oversight.
Right, I know they're the oversight, but
The committee's the one that.
the committees don't always know how bad this is when it's coming through the committee as the whole picture.
But that's again,
And no department head, let's be honest, no department head's gonna come in and go, guys, I'm way over, I'm gonna have to cut one.
obviously, we've seen that firsthand.
I'm gonna cut an employee. It's not gonna happen. I don't care.
Well, where are we at?
I still think it's just wasting anything personnel.
I think we should put some furlough days in. I think that should be part of the recommendation. Even if nothing else, you do 4 of them, it's $100,000.
If you're furloughing employees and you can't furlough the salary people are making the decisions for the budget for their departments.
Well, it's furlough some department heads.
Salary, you gotta furlough them for a week.
Is it discriminatory if we take every department that's over, we take those department heads and furlough them for a week?
Can you do that to elected officials?
Huh?
Can you do that to elected officials?
I don't care.
The department heads are elected
I mean,
officials.
technically, the elected officials can just choose not to come into work.
Right.
They
I'm
don't,
here every day.
So, yeah, an elected official could show up one day a year, technically. And get paid the same.
That's right. Never thought about that. So we're gonna ask Jamie to figure out if we take all the department heads, take 1 week, furlough them a week.
Any salary person.
Then we need to get some contingency plans in place, you guys, seriously, if you're gonna have a salaried staff, if you're gonna have the head of a department out for a week and we cannot contact them, we need contingency plans in place.
unused leave balances,
Absences, being PTO.
like PTO, yeah.
That defeats the whole purpose.
But okay, you're expecting somebody to lose half a paycheck.
Oh, that's
You know, that's, it just,
It blows my mind as an owner, you people blow my mind. You guys want a job, but you don't wanna give, and yet you want a raise, and we're supposed to keep giving and giving and giving. When does the buck stop? When the bank is empty, and then we're all out of jobs? I don't know the answer here, but man, nobody wants to give. I'm about done with this meeting, come noon, we're done. Just so everybody knows.
They did the furlough days before, and I know there was a lot of grumbling when they first went through, but then it seemed like the courthouse accepted them when it was done. And how was it ran before?
So there was a potential of 3, we ended up taking 1, if I.
I thought it was 2, I mean, we only took 1, but I thought it was a potential of 2.
2, and
Yeah.
you took 1, yeah, cause things kinda turned around.
But at that time, I don't think that, you know, this was before I was in this position, but I don't think that anyone was aware of the salary that kind of came to light
Everybody,
in the events of.
In the events of other ongoings that.
everybody that,
Stuff that we were probably not
anybody,
aware.
anybody that was on the
I should say, I
Carlson,
wasn't
like
here.
the Carlson Detman, they all had to take it, anybody that was salaried, elected officials was a little different, maybe it was ran illegal, I don't know. But I know that when I was in forestry and Jeremy had to take it,
Was he an elected official or not?
no.
Nobody was salaried.
So we don't remember what happened to the elected officials or the salary.
The elected
I mean, you
officials.
cannot cut an elected official's salary.
That's
We
voted on
don't
your
know if they gave them, or, I know what you're saying.
department heads you're talking.
Department has got it too, but like I said, maybe things have changed, I don't know, but I just remember him not being very positive towards it.
Nobody wants to cut their budget, but nobody wants to take a day off either.
No, there's no give here.
Oh, I would love to take a day off.
I'll take a day off, oh yeah.
Without pay,
Yeah,
because we can't balance the budget, so.
I would be willing to take a day off without pay, but if you, like a whole, I'm telling you, like a whole week, I mean,
But we can't do it just a day.
right.
That's where it puts us in a hard spot.
as long as you come in for 1 minute, you're automatically getting paid for the whole week anyway.
Wow, that's a.
I mean, if
So
that's the
put that-
decision you guys
Let's put that
wanna
out
make.
there, and maybe next month all the department heads will come back with new budgets.
So what would it be for 1 furlough day? You said 70 something, but that's with salary.
26,000.
It's only 26.
And that would include your salaried employees, so if you wanted to take that, you know, times 5, and that's without benefits, so, you know, it'd be about 150,000 if you did a week. And so, whether that be,
Maybe we should take a whole week.
Okay, yeah, you also need to consider the impacts to the public, we are here to provide services, and then I don't think we should shut our courts down for a week, we already have backlog of processing.
No, if you wanna do that, you'd have to take salary to their week, just because of the rules, and then the regular employees would take a day, you know, each week for so many weeks.
You said salary has to be by the week, by law.
By FLSA law, yes,
FLS.
Fair Standard Labor. Fair Labor
Does it-
Standard Act, thank you, Jimmy.
So it has to be a week at a time, but does it have to be a week at a time? Can the furlough be a week, but can you set it up so that an employee has the option to take it a day at a time?
I don't believe so, I believe the law
Cause my company did that during COVID, right before I was hired. And they made everybody who was salaried, they had to take they gave back 10 days.
I mean, I guess if you,
And which is 2 weeks, but then they could use them day by day.
Okay, we'd have to clarify that with our
I
labor
mean, like,
attorney.
that would be like what Phil said, I think cutting people's wages essentially, so it'd be like, you know, you take their salary for the whole year, which is calculated based on the hourly, and then subtract off that pay and then allocate that out,
Well, even if
but then we're not
the
following the
more
wage scale.
furlough days we add to our, even our hourly people, then you're taking away all the wages you just gave them, so
Yeah, I know,
it's not a good
nothing's good.
rate.
What do we save if we, don't come in on Fridays?
So how many hours are you looking at cutting?
Or we
Like
made 4?
4.5? Cause I mean, we're open 8 to 12:30 on Fridays, so then if somebody's on a 38.75 hour week, they'd go down to 34.25. Or we just go to 34.
The department heads still have to come in. Because we can't take this way, right?
Well, if you reduced our standard, like our base, that would be different.
Oh, we're going around the wrong way, you know?
You didn't answer a question.
I asked the wrong question.
But then,
How much services are
Right,
being
and then-
jeopardized by doing that?
Yeah, and then if you're taking away the hourly people's time to get their jobs done, then we're gonna start talking about a backlog of cases in our social services department. We're gonna talk about less timber being marked, all of those things.
They don't work on Fridays anyhow, do they?
But they work 4/10s in the summer.
Yeah, okay, let's, tomato.
They can't sell the timber anyhow, so we're fine for a year or two.
There's a lot of wood sitting on the ground, they're not shipping, trucking. That'd be a Phil question, he's the chair of that one.
So what would that mean?
cutting down to 34 hours a week?
Yeah. I know this might be stupid, but they can't say in the public that we didn't look at every single thing out there.
Are you taking the courthouse hours down completely then too?
Close it on Friday. I don't know, I guess that'd be a personnel thing. County board would have to follow through on that.
How active is it?
Court,
When I get a lot of work done, because there's typically not a lot going on,
Well, I
honestly.
didn't ask what you guys get done, how active.
the court system still has to be open on Fridays, I believe.
Then all our department heads won't be overworked so bad, they'll have 3-day weekends.
Gotta be well rested.
Okay, so we'd be reducing everyone's hours by 4.5 hours per week, essentially multiplied by 52 weeks. That's what I'm doing right. So that would come out to be $708,573.06.
So,
Without, so it would be more with FICA, WRS, and workers' comp. But then
But
you're
still,
also, you're gonna have to
it's
look
good
at
for
cutting
personnel
things, like within my department, like, okay, we're still gonna be processing the same number of payroll checks. We're still gonna be processing the same number of AP, so,
All I think that is gonna do is incur more comp and overtime. I don't believe, even if you're like, hey, we're a 34-hour a week operation now, I think people are not gonna be working 34 hours a week.
so you're paying full-time benefits for somebody
you don't have
that's-
to pay overtime until it's at 40.
True, but I still,
Yeah, I see.
I
see
still,
what you
my
mean.
point is I still think people will be working the same amount of hours even if you close the courthouse on Friday, because a lot of our staff is dedicated to what they do, and I don't think they're gonna let something sit. They're gonna get it done.
But,
So now you're saying that there's not room to reduce personnel at all?
Nope, I did not say that.
That's the way I understood that.
you're getting good.
She has some recommendations, she's not gonna tell them to us, though.
I can't talk about departments or positions, I can't.
No, I get that, I get that.
if we did that, we'd need to look at how people's PTO is earned.
So what would happen if we were to close the courthouse and all salaried people still came to work? And
So
That
then we
is
can't
still-
take a Friday off.
No, you could, if you're using a vacation day, you could take your Fridays off.
But you have to have somebody, you know, is the building still gonna be open to the public?
No, if the building were to be closed and all hourly went down to the 34 hours, you're saying that you still have lots of work to do, and you would,
But I'd have even
But
more if
you'd
my
have-
hourly people were cut down.
I get that, but you'd also have way less distractions, probably be your most productive day of the week.
Yeah, but the distractions from my staff are because they have questions on the work that they're doing. So instead of answering their questions, I'd be having to do the work that they would otherwise be doing when they'd be in the office that day.
Just trying to
Yeah, I
come up
understand
with
where you're coming
something.
from. But I'm just, like, if you have 5 people that are at 34 hours a week, you'd be better off having 4 people that are at 40 hours a week. Cause you're paying that full time, you're paying $20-some thousand a year for health insurance for a family plan. So then you'd be saving, you know, that cost if you had one less full-time person.
Right.
Yeah.
We've been through all of this before, that's why we're playing devil's advocate with you, we've talked it all through.
I'd much rather be in favor of cutting it down to 34 hours than terminating people's employment. Than cutting positions.
I would go with that one also with you.
Email John Regions.
I didn't hear a word she said.
So a risk you run with that also, though, is that would essentially obviously be a pay cut. And I'm not the best person to speak on this, Ashley Goodis would be, but a lot of the feedback she's getting in exit interviews is that they already feel that their pay is too low. So then if we come in and cut more, you might risk a little more turnover. Again, I'm playing devil's advocate, trying to see all sides here.
You may also find some people that say, you know what, I don't wanna work 5 days a week. A job that is 4 and I'm making 33, 34 hours, that might be right what they want. Not everybody, but there is a group of people that would be more than fine with that.
Right now, our PTO, it's based on, you get number of days, so it's based on your standard working day. So like, because we get paid 38.75 hours a week, our standard working day is 7.75 hours. There's some people that get 30 plus days of PTO per year, so if we cut down to 4 days, and the way our policy is written, and so either you're gonna have how much PTO they get, which is not gonna go over well.
But they'd have less, so if you wanna take off a Friday, you're already off Friday. I mean, it'd be less time to take
Right.
off.
But what
But
she's
that's-
saying
they're not
then,
gonna see it that way.
it's a smaller pool of days to take from.
So if I get
You know, you're
30
working,
days,
if you're working 4 days a week, that's what, 210 days a year? Is that right? So, I mean, 208. So, if you've got 30 days off, you know, you could take almost all of November and December off.
so that's
With
even
those
less
30
time that
days,
people are in the
you know.
office doing work, on top of cutting
So you've got,
hours.
so now you've got one more difficult thing for a department head to manage. Is staffing and making sure, use it or lose it on your PTO, I'm guessing, right?
It goes into
You
your.
can carry over?
You can carry it into your extended leave, so your new PTO comes on Jan 1. You have until March 31st to use your PTO, or it rolls into your extended leave. If and when you retire under WRS, this is for general employees, you get paid that balance into a post-employment benefit HRA at 75%, but our cap for general employees is 680 hours.
PTO goes in for that?
Yes, cause
Really?
we don't get sick time, the general employees only get PTO, so that's your vacation,
And that's
your
not
sick time.
capped at all?
It's, so it starts out at, if you start in the first half of the year, like say you start
No, I
January,
mean the carryover, the
680.
680, I believe.
680 hours.
and your extended leave, yeah. But, you know, there's people that are maxed out that can't use it, and you get, there's now the $50 per lost day that would go into your HSA. That's new, but if you got somebody that, before if they had 30 days, that's 6 weeks of PTO. Well, now if you go down to a 4-day work week, that's 7.5 weeks of PTO, and you're getting 4.5 hours less work out of that person per week in the weeks that they are there. So that adds up.
There's always impacts other ways. One changes.
I wonder what it'd save on the operating of the courthouse too, on top of it, especially in the wintertime.
We would have to have the heat still for the court system on Fridays.
You still have some cost, got cost utilities.
For the registry.
We don't think it would be that we negligible.
So you're saying the clerk of courts would have to work yet on Fridays?
Yeah, the court system would need to remain open, so clerk of courts, district attorney.
Yep.
So you really wouldn't be able to cut their hours unless they're expected to flex it.
Which I think you are gonna have to bring Lori down here and Jack and have that conversation with them.
Well, how does it work now for them on half days?
Lori is able to let flex happen within her department. The DA's office is so swamped right now that they can't even take vacation up there.
Need to have the police, the sheriff's department, arrested people. Just chase them out of the county. So then they
They're gonna need faster cars for that.
Then they get arrested out of county.
No, what they should do is arrest
We
them
don't have to
here.
house them, we don't have to run them through the courts.
Well, they could change this up quicker, arrest them here, take them across the county line and release them. All in the same motion.
And we wouldn't have to worry about if the cars went fast
We
enough,
could build a
we'd want
wall.
them to be a little bit slower on pace. Now we gotta,
There we go, get smaller vehicles, we need like little 4-cylinders.
You got dump trucks out there.
There we go. Give them some of those little highway trucks.
Terry, you're really quiet. You mentioned before thinking outside of the box, and I'm thinking that you've had time to think. Do you have any thoughts at all about how we can address this?
I think,
Yeah.
keyboard. It's a different work order or mentality of the worker today too and everything. I mean, like, I'm on the set board in Ashland and everything, and we just agreed to drop our, we normally get paid for me, we agreed to drop it to help them out because of the budgetary problems. They've cut their staff, everybody is cut down to 30 hours a week. They've made a lot of big changes and everything to try and keep going and everything like that. In some respects, morale went up because rather than worrying about am I gonna have a job or not, yes, we are, because we're continuing, we've got a plan, this is what it looks like, getting more grants, getting things done. I think all of this comes down to, that we've talked about or kind of skirted around, how do we not have the same conversation a year from now? We've gotta have some plan or something that, so we don't end up doing the same thing again next year and rating the fund balance, which is gonna hurt our credit rating eventually, and all of that. So I think, and like they mentioned before, thinking outside the box with some of these other organizations, maybe they've gotta be on their own or whatever. Maybe getting out of some joint things, which will help, finances too. I think, everything's gotta be on the table.
What if you split the hairs with the wages, or not the wages, with the hours on Friday? maybe instead of starting at 8, start at 7:30 and still shut down on Friday, and just take 2 hours a week. I'm just saying it's splitting.
Put them to 36 hours, 4 9-hour days.
I'm just asking. That's splitting, right? That's splitting hairs.
In some cases, that might save younger individuals that pay for daycare or something on Friday, they might be happier than hell for that. There'll be some people that are
It's
probably
less
happy
gas
with
money
it, not
coming
having to come in for a half a day on Friday, and there's gonna be some people that are upset.
I think they'll be happy till they get their first paycheck of the new year, realize it's lower.
But even if you just take 2 hours off, like to her point, 2.5 hours off, what's that cost for a person to come in on that 5th day a week?
It'll be
In some
like
cases.
2.75, really.
It's just an idea.
Even if it's $300,000 savings.
This is, like, when we did those surveys, this is what the staff's main concern was, like, take.
We don't have a choice. Unless they can come down here and wanna fill the pocketbook back up to where we don't have to pay.
We can't spend what we don't have.
Right, I understand that, but I think targeting the entire employee population,
So it's more fair to target individual positions?
you guys are putting words in my mouth.
No, but I'm asking a question. You
That's-
see where we're at, though.
Right, and I'm saying that's the hard decision that ultimately will fall on personnel, is that what is the bigger hit to morale? Is it finding efficiencies and eliminating a couple positions, or is it cutting everyone's pay?
To get to 700,000 in savings, how many positions we have to cut? 10?
Okay, no, I'm partnering possible position cuts with having a plan in place to increase revenues over the next couple of years. I don't think this is a single budgetary issue. I don't think you can only look at wages or only look at out of county housing. I think or only look at extra fairground tourism, whatever that may be. I think you need to look at this as a whole. So we can cut a little here, have a plan here. I don't think this is gonna get fixed in one budget year.
What's that?
I said, we've been trying to cut a little here and a little there, and it's like, oh, you can't do that. You
I know,
can't do
we're
that.
still sitting here, so we got a minute. Feel like we absolutely got nowhere today.
The only thing I've seen so far that we've talked about that makes a dent in this budget, with maybe not affecting morale as much as we think, would be to eliminate Fridays.
You made what?
Eliminate Fridays. How we divvy up the hours. I mean, you know that 4 hours or 4.5, whatever it was, roughly $700,000 savings, so I'm gonna assume that if you cut that in half, or wherever that falls, would be about $350,000 savings.
So, well, if we were, if our open hours were 7:30 to 4:30, Monday through Thursday, so that'd be 36 hours a week, so that would be cutting out 2.75 hours per week, unless you want to allow extra for, so it'd be 36 hours a week. But this would also include the highway, because they're part of our wage scale, so they'd have to go to 9-hour days instead of 10-hour days, Monday through Thursday, but then we're gonna be paying the way their structure is, they're paid overtime for every minute they work outside of their standard working schedule. That would be about $433,000 plus benefits, so you'd be looking a little bit closer to 500.
So do you have highway and sheriff's department in that? or I
Not
mean,
the
what-
sheriff's department, just the office staff. The people that are covered under our wage scale. And I didn't include the part-time people, because that's senior services and, so obviously they would, if the same level of services are being provided for meals and whatnot. So this is just full-time people covered under the wage scale. It'd be about 500,000.
Well, highway's probably gonna like it.
But not all of
'cause
that
in
would be
wintertime, they'll
levied,
just get
you
more
know.
overtime. if we're saving anything there by doing that.
We would have to probably cut that out of each individual budget, or they're gonna be like, oh, well, you know, it's not like when we budget for the wage increases and contingency, this is the opposite. So we would have to go modify every single budget to reduce the wages that are budgeted in those, so that they're not going over. But then some of this is going to be grant funded, so not all of that is gonna be levy, so your levy impact is gonna be less than that 500,000. And I can't give you an exact number, because you could also be, you know, reducing the services that highway can provide, or the timber sales that the forestry department can mark.
This still has to go to personnel, doesn't it?
If this is the actual suggestion, the full board will have to approve it.
But I think it would,
Right, it would start at personnel, but ultimately this will wind up at the board level.
Right, but it goes to personnel too.
Probably go for that more than cutting jobs or cutting positions.
I don't know. Personally, I think if there's positions that are identified that really aren't necessary, I think it's smarter to remove those positions than doing a across the board cut. That's my opinion.
I agree with that too, I just say that there is actually.
I don't think they're gonna come up with enough positions that'll make up the same amount of money.
No, probably won't.
no, but this necessarily wouldn't hit levy either.
And once you make a decision like this, it's very hard to go back. So like, let's say hypothetically, you identified 3 positions that could be cut. We get into next year and realize, wow, that was a bigger impact than the department had realized. You can always add that back, but you cannot be, courthouse is closed Fridays for 6 months. Oh, now we're back open. Now we're closed again. Now we're back. Once you commit to this path, you're kind of stuck on it.
I mean, how many people already probably work 4 days, of course they're getting paid for it, but then take PTO or whatever for Fridays, but they only have to use 4.5 hours and they can stay home.
Well, people love that.
So how much is that affecting work performance?
They're gonna take that PTO eventually anyway, so I guess.
No, but if we take it on to 4 days,
Oh,
that was what you guys kinda mentioned earlier, that you felt that people wouldn't be able to get their work done. Well, my guess is, there's a lot of people taking Fridays off now, and the work is probably still getting done.
so it could end up costing us more, because they're like, hey, you know, I can't afford to keep working like this for, you know, a reduced amount of pay, so I'm gonna start out doing it, and then I'm gonna look for another job, and now we have to pay out their PTO that they didn't use because.
Right, it could come back and bite us.
I think if you did a survey about how many people have their own household budgetary constraints and could they cut, you know, $3,000 a year from their budget, I think they would say no.
If you ain't got a choice.
I've already heard complaints about having to come in for 4.5 hours on Friday. That few individuals weren't happy about that either. So,
About having to come in at all, or that it's only for 4
yeah, I mean, coming in for 4.5 hours, they're like, I've had people complaining already.
Well, they can come in for the full 7.75 as long as their department head is fine with it. No one has to change their schedule.
Then there are some people that still work at 8 to 4:30, Monday through Friday, they take a 45-minute lunch.
So it's still the 38.
38.75.
So are we forwarding this to personnel with any recommendation, or just saying these are the facts and?
Unless you wanna send something, Terry.
I think it's almost gonna have to say with the consideration of either limiting positions or shortening the work week.
Could you just put a dollar amount on it that you want them to,
If you lost.
708,000.
700,000.
well, we're down to 1,653,844.
Whatever.
I mean, but realistically, do you think that they can do that?
I don't.
So like,
I don't think so either.
because then what if they don't? Then it's gotta come back to you guys again. Or, and when are we gonna be able to meet again? That's
When do they meet?
next Thursday.
So if it doesn't go to our personnel, it comes back to us to what? Sit here and do the same thing we're doing right now.
Well, we have to approve something by the 17th, right?
We should just make a motion that anybody who didn't cut their budget or make an effort to, we cut it 25%. Maybe next time they'll come back with some cut budgets.
Yeah, but
But you don't.
that works on paper though,
Yeah, it
Phil,
doesn't work
because
in practice.
we've got nothing to put any teeth in that. They can just thumb their nose at it and go
What
over
do we
it.
have a budget for? What are we doing here?
I know that. I know that.
But what about the departments that have already cut, that they didn't have fluff in their budget to cut, and so they're gonna be punished because of it?
Because they're the ones that actually did their due diligence and actually
But that's
cared
what you're
about the
saying.
taxpayers.
But like, I couldn't cut 15% from my budget.
But there's some people that made no effort on anything. How we figure out what's going on there that we're wasting our time? I make a motion to adjourn.
We have to, when are we gonna figure out the budget to forward?
I don't know, somebody's gonna have to come in and say that they're willing to, come in with a proposed budget, and every time we suggest something, they're not gonna say no. We're wasting our time.
We're saying no because we need to operate this county and provide services.
Yeah, too bad they limited us on how much we can tax our constituents, cause we can tax them a whole bunch more and just pay for everything.
So what I was hoping for today was that, you know, we would cut as much as we possibly can. You guys, you know, we obviously have to put the remainder into the use from general fund, forward it on to personnel to see if they can make further cuts and county board. And maybe putting a dollar amount isn't realistic for personnel, because if they can't do it, then it's gotta come back. So we just put faith in personnel that they're going to put a good faith effort into it, otherwise the rest of it's just gonna have to be hashed out on the floor at county board in November.
I think we
What?
need to send personnel a recommendation.
Yeah, why don't we tell personnel where we're at? You know, we are 1.6.
Why don't you meet together?
Yeah, I was thinking that too. Can we do a joint?
What do you guys got going on the 10th at 3 p.m.?
I'm sure Sally ain't gonna be here.
Well, we could try to get through our normal personnel meeting first and you guys could come in at 5.
I have another meeting at 6.
You're gonna have to join us.
I mean, we could explain to them that, hey, we're really not comfortable with this, we don't know where else to cut. We would be comfortable with something, you know, $1 million, but we don't have any other ideas, so.
I would hope somebody else would, if you can make it, would be there besides myself, because
Well, Ashley will be there. And I could come at the beginning.
We've got so much to make.
I think our personnel.
The 10th? What's the?
Thursday.
next Thursday afternoon.
I could come to that. So would that be a joint meeting then?
Terry,
We'd have to have 3
could you
then.
come?
I can come,
Okay,
Thursday's
then-
open.
Then yes, we could, notice it as a joint meeting.
Is Jim gonna be finance or personnel?
No, but at 3 o'clock, sorry.
You gonna put down $40 for one, 40 for the other?
Okay, next time,
Tell my secrets.
Because if it's gonna be a joint meeting, it has to be noticed.
Right, but that's why I said we could notice it at 5, if that would help with Brian and,
gonna be there 3 anyhow, but I mean, I don't care. If it helps those guys, fine.
Next Thursday, I think 3 is okay for me.
We do, okay, cause we do have a couple things on the agenda that we need like general staff here for personnel too. Jim, so we try to always be respectful of their schedules as well.
Now, are we gonna need being the things we were talking about, are we gonna need a joint closed session?
Yes.
Okay, so is Jim gonna be finance or personnel?
Jim has a vote on the finance committee and Jim has a vote on the personnel committee.
Are you?
But I'm gonna have to chair the finance committee.
He's gonna be the chair of the finance committee then.
That's fine. They're two separate.
I don't know how you can play both sides though.
You can't vote.
I've done it before, legally.
I'm telling you.
Phil, will you be there?
We've already had highway and personnel together, I mean, everybody, different people have encountered this.
Maybe, I'm not sure yet. Double check.
So then, at that meeting, finance would be making a motion to forward it to county board. Is that what we're saying?
We would hold, so,
Yeah, cause I think us sending a recommendation to personnel, I think we're better off just to discuss.
So explain to me this, so whatever comes out of that, and it needs to be a recommendation to the county board, correct?
well, if they're like, nope, we're not doing any of that, you guys are on your own with this, then
Right.
that money, then Jamie will bring this budget with all of that from the general.
Right, and that's on the 17th.
You guys need to approve it before then, cause
Before
I
then.
gotta get that budget publication done, so that's published properly before the county board meeting in November where
So
we
you could approve it on the 10th.
So that's why I was asking, is that when finance is going to approve the budget to forward on?
Because I think at the end of that meeting, we will have exhausted all possible options, so we should know what budget we're sending by that
Can
time.
we make a motion right here, right now, to send this to joint meeting with personnel, and if no changes are made, then it's forwarded to county board as is?
So basically, a motion to table for the next finance meeting,
No,
because it's a joint finance
No table.
personnel.
No, we forward the budget with these changes to personnel, no joint changes are made at that time, then it's forwarded to county board as is. Is that what I just said?
Did you make that motion?
That's my motion.
I said,
Motion by Mr. Myers, second by Mr. Coggy, all in favor, say aye.
Alright,
Aye.
Terry would like some discussion.
But just, when are we putting in for the contingency fund and how much is that going to be and everything?
There's 200 in there, that's what you guys
yeah, we
are.
Right,
talked about
but-
200 and leaving it at that.
But I thought we had to put in at least another 250 to cover salary stuff and whatnot.
Well, there's the option to make that change at the next meeting. It just needs to be worded on the agenda correctly, on the 10th.
Our salary's already accounted for.
The salaries are, but not any sort of wage increases.
Oh, they didn't, okay.
So you're looking for at least 450.
We
Minimum,
do, yeah,
500.
we do 2% this step.
So you're gonna bring that to the personnel if we need to change it there, so we don't forget about it.
Need to finish my motion. And oppose? Motion carries.
Do we vote?
Yeah, we did, Terry interrupted us.
So what time is the meeting, 3 or 5?
3.
Brian, are you okay with 3?
Yep.
Okay, 3.
On the 10th.
Yeah.
Motion to adjourn?
My last one died for lack of a second.
Actually, Phil made a motion to adjourn.
I'll second Phil's motion to adjourn.
That was an hour ago.
A motion in between, that doesn't.
I'll move to adjourn.
Motion by Mr. Coggins to adjourn, is there a second? I'll second.
favor say aye.
Okay.